we are within the region when it deals with marine spatial planning, and more importantly, how we can assist each other through South-South cooperation in achieving marine spatial planning objectives and goals to help us as we progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joe Webster, for your remarks. And now we invite Julien Barbier from IOC UNESCO. There will be a video that will be presented to us. So, Secretariat, before.
Good day, dear colleagues. It's my pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO on the occasion of this first series of MSP region. As I'm sure you're aware, IOC UNESCO has been working in the field of MSP for over 2 decades now, providing support in the development of tools and guidance, capacity development, and tracking progress globally. But why do we need MSP, and why do countries need MSP? We know that the demand for marine goods and services, such as food, energy, and habitats, is rising, and often exceeds the capacity of marine areas to meet all demands at the same time. In many cases, users have free access to marine resources, including ocean space, that often leads to overuse, conflicts, and eventually degradation of some of those important marine resources. Since marine goods and services are not priced or valued in the market, conflicts cannot be resolved in trade-offs made through economic analysis alone. We need a process. And we also need a process to decide what mix of outputs and goods from the marine areas should be produced over time and space, and what areas need to be protected and conserved. And that process needs to be inclusive and participative and science-based. This is what we call marine spatial planning. In the last decades, MSP has evolved from a concept to an operational framework for developing sustainable ocean economy whilst conserving and restoring its resources. Most coastal countries around the world are now engaging in some form of MSP as a way forward. Back in 2017, the IOC joined forces with the European Commission to accelerate MSP process worldwide through the adoption of the joint MSP roadmap. Since then, many activities have been implemented. Several important publications, including, for example, the MSP Global Guide, which was published a year ago, but also technical training and transboundary pilot approaches have been developed, in particular in the Med and Latin America. I also want to highlight the work of the IOC subcommissions, the Subcommission for Africa, IOC Africa, the Subcommission for the Caribbean and Adjacent Seas, IOCARIBE, and the IOC Subcommission for the Western Pacific, WestPac. These very important bodies combine scientific expertise and the application of science to ocean management. And in the last years, they've also been importantly engaged in building technical capacities and supporting national and regional ocean management processes. 2 weeks ago, the IOC and the European Commission convened the 3rd International MSP Conference in Barcelona, Spain. And there we renewed our partnership with the European Commission through an updated MSP roadmap, which will guide our work for the next 5 years. This new roadmap clearly connects MSP to the global challenges of our time. It describes 6 priority areas: knowledge support, so the integration of science to support MSP processes; capacity development and awareness, including disseminations through important mechanisms such as this regional MSPforum; transboundary cooperation amongst nations; climate smart MSP, that is how MSP can also be a tool for providing space for decarbonized activities and integrating climate change into MSP processes; marine protection and restoration, very important. As you are aware, we have now the COP15 going on in Montreal to define the next global biodiversity framework and marine biodiversity agenda. And for that, we need also MSP to help with this important international targets. And then the final theme that is being addressed is the sustainable blue economy, which is also very important for many countries around the world. For IOC, MSP is more than just a spatial analysis. It's really a policy instrument that needs to be developed in a participatory way and has a key role to play, especially when properly connected with other national ambitions, such as the strategies for sustainable ocean economy. We also need good science, and to develop robust and knowledge-based marine spatial plans, we need to build on the Ocean Decade for Sustainable Development, of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. As IOC is the UN body responsible for designing and implementing the decade, we really want to promote and support the development of new innovative knowledge, tools, and analysis for MSP to facilitate its implementation. As this knowledge needs to be shared globally amongst all of those in charge of developing MSP, IOC will continue its efforts regarding capacity development and awareness, as well as regional implementation, through the new MSP Global Initiative that will start in early 2023. And we really want to invite all MSP stakeholders and institutions to engage in the implementation of this MSP roadmap, but also to define your own priority for this, for your region and for your country, and to join forces with us as key partners or collaborators in this endeavor. As I'm sure you would agree, we also need specific regional space to share experience amongst experts and decision makers on MSP implementation, especially those who share a common ocean basin and space. And this is why we are launching today, thanks to the support of the government of Sweden, this series of regional MSP fora, which are happening on a virtual basis, but hopefully next year will become a regular physical event. And we are doing this in 3 regions, in the 3 IOC subcommission regions, with the support of those secretariats, but also with other regional partners who are very important in those discussions, just as the Regional Seas Convention, but also very importantly, the GEF initiatives on large marine ecosystems. So for us, this MSP forum at regional level will be a mechanism to bring all the partners together to act in the regions and to really identify the technical support that is required, the exchanging the experience amongst the different projects and countries, and really reinforcing existing transboundary management frameworks at regional level. So we're looking to create synergies between MSP-related programs within and beyond IOC UNESCO so that we can really deliver the best support to member states who are deciding to embark in the MSP process. So with this, I hope that you will have a very fruitful discussion today in the next days in developing a vision for the MSP implementation in your region. And I thank you very much for your attention and hope to see you soon.
Thank you very much. The presentation of Julien Barbier. Merci, Julien. And now we invite Michel Quesada da Silva from IOC UNESCO to provide us the setting of scene on this marine spatial planning roadmap. So welcome, Michel. Please.
Thank you, Edgar, for the introduction. Bom dia, buenos días a todas y todos. Yo soy consultora de planificación espacial marina en la COE.
I'm a consultant of marine spatial planning at IOC. So I have to present beyond MSP. I'm going to address you in English, and you can switch the language of your preference.
Okay, so before presenting the MSP roadmap in more details, I would like to go back to 2017, to the second international conference on MSP that was organized in the UNESCO headquarters in Paris. And during that conference, it was when the first roadmap was launched. This was the status of MSP around the world. So as you can see in the first map, we had, counting also Mexico and North America, we would have for the region, Latin America and the Caribbean, about 14 countries engaged in MSP. And as for the other continents, these countries, they were in different stages of MSP. Some were more advanced and others were still in the pre-planning phase. So the next slide. Then, as I said, during that conference, the first roadmap was launched. So this roadmap was a 5 years roadmap from 2017 to 2022. It had 5 priority areas, and for each priority area, we had different actions. So this roadmap, it's basically to guide the joint work of IOC and the European Commission to accelerate MSP process worldwide. And our main goal with this roadmap is to support different kind of activities for that the countries start to adopt or advance their MSP process with this objective of achieving at least 1/3 of the global maritime areas under national jurisdictions covered by approved MSP plans by 2030. Then to implement this first MSP roadmap, the project MSP Global, that I believe that most of you are aware of, was designed to implement some of these actions of the roadmap. And one of the actions was the development of this new MSP Global guideline on MSP. But we also had other activities, such as some transboundary pilot projects. In the region, there was the pilot that I coordinated that was in the Southeast Pacific. And another initiative also connected to the MSP roadmap, it was the establishment of an international MSP forum. So we had 5 editions of this forum until now. Before the pandemic, we were organizing 2 forums per year. We resumed this forum this year in Barcelona last month. And the idea is that for the next years, we have the International Forum again, but now once a year, not twice. And then in Barcelona, we had the 5th International MSP Forum, but we also had the 3rd International Conference on MSP. And then we launched the updated roadmap, which will guide our, as I said, the joint work of IOC and the European Commission now for the next 5 years, so until 2027. Next slide. And what's the status of MSP now? So this is what we presented in the 3rd International Conference. So at the beginning of the year, IOC developed this State of the Ocean report. This was a pilot edition. The idea is to develop this report more often. And this report was organized around the challenge of the ocean decade. And the challenge 4, as you can see in this yellow square, is related to develop a sustainable and equitable ocean economy. So what's reported in this publication related to this is exactly the status of MSP around the world. So with the results of the IOC survey on MSP from 2020, and also other sources such as the European MSP platform, but also some governmental websites from countries that we knew that were engaged on MSP, we were able to have a better idea of the status of MSP. So by April 2022, in the map, I believe it's a bit small, but we will share the presentation with you afterwards anyway. But in this graph, it's showing that if in 2017, we had about 14, 15 countries in the region engaged in MSP, nowadays we have more than 30 countries engaged in MSP. And in this report, we showed, of course, for the global status. So nowadays, we have more than 300 MSP initiatives, so more than 100 countries engaged in this policy. But still, approved plans, we have only 38. So there's still a lot to do. And from the IOC side, a lot to support the countries to develop this kind of policy. So this is why it was necessary and to renew our roadmap and to keep working the member states for that. The next slide. So this is the updated MSP roadmap, and this time we divided in 6 topics, 6 pillars. So cross-cutting pillars and thematic pillars. So the cross-cutting pillars are knowledge support for MSP, capacity development and awareness, and transboundary cooperation. This is in the green part of the figure that you see. Then we have the thematic pillars that are climate smart MSP, which is an emerging concept, marine protection and restoration within the context of MSP, and sustainable blue economy. So these are the light blues that you see in the figure. But of course, that all these topics, they are related, they are connected. So we put at the center of the roadmap people and the ocean, connecting all these topics. So now I will present to you what we mean with each of these pillars and what are the actions that we have for each of them. So next slide. So with knowledge support, with this priority area, we aim to contribute to the development of new knowledge, tools, and analysis towards a robust knowledge-based MSP, where comprehensive and integrated data and information is available and used by decision makers. So we have 3 actions for this pillar. So the first one is related to data for MSP. The second one is related to the co-development of new MSP tools. And the third one is related to promote MSP-related projects within the framework of the Ocean Decade. And next slide. Regarding capacity development and awareness, this priority area aims to keep accelerating MSP implementation around the world, contributing to knowledge exchange and transfer, while enhancing awareness of MSP, so a broad communication and dissemination of MSP, not only among those who are usually involved in the MSP process, but the whole society. And then we have 4 actions connected to this pillar. The action 4, that is to assess the needs and strengthen capacity of decision makers and stakeholders around the world. The action 5, that is related to the International MSPforum. So we resumed this year the forum, and we want to keep organizing it every year. Then the action 6 is exactly what we are kicking off today. That is to build a network of regional MSP forums and platforms. We are doing this first edition online, but we hope to have some partnerships and collaborations to do it maybe in person in the future, because I know that we can exchange better when we are in person. But and I think we can already start building this regional network. Then the action 7 related to develop resources to communicate and build societal awareness on MSP. Next slide. And the third pillar, it's on transboundary cooperation, and it aims to enlarge the support to regional mechanisms that are or could address the development of transboundary MSP. So encouraging the national process to tackle the transboundary challenges and opportunities. And then we have 3 actions for the next 5 years connected to that. So co-design transboundary projects. So the idea is that the next phase of the project, MSP Global, will also have transboundary pilots. The 9 is related to integrate MSP into large marine ecosystems approach and mechanisms. So IOC UNESCO is also part of the initiative IW Learn. We will present it later. So their mechanism about transboundary they have transboundary mechanisms related to large marine ecosystems, and we want to integrate more and more MSP in this framework. Then the action 10 is related to promote cross-border and transboundary cooperation in stakeholder involvement, including a sea basin context. Then the next slide. So regarding climate smart MSP, we want to promote to support the development of marine spatial plans that are really climate smart. Some existing assessments say that even the adopted plans, most of them, they mention climate change, but the plan is not really focusing on this issue yet. So we have two actions connected to this. So the first one is related to understand the impact of climate change on activities in the marine environment, but in the maritime activities. And the action 12, it's related to co-develop a guidance about how to embark on climate smart MSP. So how to develop a plan that is really climate smart. Then the next slide is related to, so the next pillar is related to marine protection and restoration. It aims to enhance the development of marine spatial plans that include measures to contribute to marine protection and restoration. So remember that we are also in the UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration. And with the objective to reverse the global biodiversity crisis, so promoting a sustainable development within the planetary boundaries. So the action related to this, it will be to co-produce recommendations on the inclusion of nature protection and restoration in the marine spatial plans. And next. So the last pillar is sustainable blue economy. And our objective is to develop specific tools about MSP for specific maritime sectors, because we know that sometimes it's quite challenging to engage, for example, the private actors on MSP. So many of them, they don't know really what MSP is. So we believe that it's important for them to understand better what MSP, but also important for the MSP planners to understand better the demands from the different sectors. So we have two actions for this last pillar, that it's to co-produce sector-specific recommendations on MSP, and then to also co-develop guidance to integrate MSP economy strategies. We know that many countries are developing MSP plans and are developing blue economy strategies, and sometimes they are not well connected. So the idea is how to kind of marine policies. Then my slide. Next slide. Yes, this one. So as Julian mentioned, this roadmap, it's a joint initiative to UNESCO and the European Commission, but it's really also an invitation for all interested organizations to join forces and to become partners or collaborators of the roadmap and to help us to deliver these key actions. With that, next slide, I finish my presentation, and I invite you all to go to the MSP Global website and check the MSP roadmap in details. We have a better description of each action that I mentioned to you. So that's it from my side. Thank you so much for your attention.
Muito obrigado, Michelle. And there was a very comprehensive setting of the scene for us and for discussion during this regional forum. So now we will move to the two sessions that are planned for this forum. The session 1 on the regional initiatives, and the session 2 on capacity development and awareness. So, but before do that, I would like you to be help us on respond some poll. So, Secretariat, if you can put the poll, las encuestas, Alex, por favor. So there will be a polls for you, very to know what is your knowledge on this matter, just for our record. So the first one, how familiar are you with the MSP process? So there are 3 choices. The second, on have MSP considerations being used in your country or territory, also 3 choices. And the third, could you be interested in participating in a regional MSP working group? So the poll is open, and please, we invite you to reply to these 3 questions. Okay, we will give 1 minute for this poll. Okay, Secretariat, we close the poll, please. Okay, these are the results. We see that for the first question, most of the participants are familiar. Let's say we have an 80% somewhat familiar and very familiar in total. For the second, on the consideration to be used in your country, is the answers are positive, let's say 60%. And for the third question, Alex, please. Okay,
Por favor, desplácese con la barra de su mouse hacia la parte inferior de la ventana.
Okay, and for the third, we have, would you be interested in participating in a regional MSP? So yes, and so we thank you for these answers and positive response. So now for the session 1, we started this called regional initiatives. So we have 5 presentations. The first 2 on the GEF International Waters Learn program with Claudette Spiteri. For the second, the Ocean Info Hub for Latin America and the Caribbean with Carolina Garcia. Then the Caribbean Large Marine Ecosystem Plus, and now the new UNDP GEF Pro Caribe project with Patrick Devels. The presentation on the Organization of Eastern Marine Caribbean States, Susana de Boville, Scott, and finally Virginita San Campanella that will give us views on international law and on this regional cooperation and transboundary marine diversity, beyond national jurisdiction or others. So we invite the speakers. First, Claudette, this is a video. Secretariat, please. Secretariado, por favor, la primer video.
Hello, everybody. My name is Claudette Spiteri, and I am the project manager of the GEF IW Learn 5 project at the IOC UNESCO in Paris. So GEF IW Learn, it's short for the Global Environmental Facility International Waters Learning Exchange and Resource Network, was established to strengthen transboundary water management around the globe by collecting and sharing best practices, lessons learned, and innovative solutions to common problems across the GEF International Waters portfolio. So the overarching aims are to support the coordination of GEF portfolio, both within and also beyond the international waters focal area, with a particular focus on SIDS, and doing so through knowledge sharing, information management, building partnerships, and programmatic guidance services. There are various activities that are planned as part of GEF IW Learn 5 on these aspects related to knowledge sharing and information management. You can see the range here on the slide of activities ranging from training courses, webinars, dialogues, twinnings, just to mention a few. As well as the organization of the flagship conference on international waters, that's the IWC, that it's planned next year towards the end of 2023 in Uruguay. So just to walk you through the main 5 components of the GEF IW Learn Phase 5 that started in July this year and will run until 2026. So the first component is focusing on knowledge sharing and results showcasing across the JEF projects and with development partners. And in this component, the different types of activities relate to training courses, regional dialogues, as well as the IWC conference and twinnings. The second component is more focused on communication and replication of portfolio results and experiences, with a key focus on the website of IWLearn, which is considered as a main platform for exchanges, but also on other aspects related to the dissemination of the results from the portfolio. The third component focuses on SITs, and I skip directly to the fifth component, that is on public and private partnerships, so more in the context of sustainable financing of activities. Finally, the fourth component is focusing on freshwater, groundwater, and large marine ecosystem subsets. And it's exactly under this component 4 that a number of activities are being planned on marine spatial planning. So that's subcomponent 4.3, tackling the areas of training and capacity building, and linking marine spatial planning as a tool for strengthening sustainable blue economy. So going in a bit more detail on subcomponent 4.3, as you can see here, 4.3 on the training and capacity building activities in support of MSP as a tool for sustainable blue economy. 3 activities are planned under this component. The first one aims to develop a practical approach to integrate MSP in the so-called TDA SAP process. That is short for the Transboundary Diagnostic Analysis Strategic Action Program. That's usually the tool and the process that is implemented in transboundary in transboundary cooperation areas. The second activity is to work with partners and projects in order to organize regional trainings on the basic concepts and technical issues related to MSP. And the third activity links very closely to the first one, is to organize a series of regional dialogues on MSP in the context of blue economy, and also linking to the TDA sub-process. The overall expected outcome of this subcomponent is actually to improve the management of transboundary marine ecosystems. So I will start with the second activity that I just described, and that is actually the one that IOC UNESCO will be leading, and that is on the organization of regional trainings on the basic concepts and the specific technical issues of marine spatial planning. So with IOC UNESCO on the lead and contribution from different partners, and as you can see listed here. This activity actually will build on previous support that the MSP team at IOC UNESCO already provided to the previous phase of IWLearn, as well as the LME Learn project. For instance, there was the development of an online course related to MSP, and using also the MSP challenge and the MSP toolkit. So here we foresee a continuation of this collaboration that has already been started in the context of the new MSP Global 2.0 project that is also in the pipeline. So then moving to the first activity that I described, that one deals with the development of a practical approach to take MSP a step further and integrate that in the TDA SAP process. That's an activity that will be led by partners, Greater Rendell, with contribution from IOC, UNESCO, and other partners. And the practical approach will be developed, but also tested and refined with the GEF project partners and LME managers through a consultation process. Once this practical approach is developed and tested and approved, then it will be also shared through a series of regional dialogues that will link the MSP in the context of blue economy as well as the TDA sub, as you can see there. And these regional trainings will be then followed up by guidance and experience sharing that will be conducted after the events. So that's in a nutshell an overview of the MSP activities that are included in the work plan of the GEF IW Learn 5. I invite you to get in touch if you have any questions or comments, both on IW Learn in general, but also on the MSP specific work. And thank you for attention, and I wish you a successful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Merci à Claudette Spiteri for her presentation. And now we invite Carolina Garcia for this Ocean Info Hub at Latin America and the Caribbean. And she will submit her presentation by video, but because she is present in the room, so I will provide her an opportunity to speak immediately after. So Carolina is a biologist and with very wide experience at INPEMAR, is the research institute in Colombia and responsible for this project on Ocean Info Hub and participating in all these capacity development activities, e-learning and others that the regional center perform. So we invite the video from Carolina, please.
Buenos días.
Good morning. The title of this presentation is Ocean Info Hub for the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. Is the Caribbean node supporting discovery and interoperability of existing ocean information systems. I'm Carolina Garcia, and I'm part of the coordination of the technical group of the Ocean Info Hub platform for the Caribbean. In the framework of the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science, the IOC of UNESCO, from its International Program of Data Exchange and Oceanic Information, IOD in English, is developing the project Ocean Info Hub as an initiative, a world initiative to enhance data access and information in coastal countries. It's a 3-year project. It started in April of 2020, and it's being funded by the Kingdom of Belgium in The Ocean Info Hub for Latin America and the Caribbean is one of the 3 regional nodes that operate as pilots of the global project. This seeks to benefit the marine and coastal data centers around the world, being its objective to help connect the catalogs and oceanic data services of 3 regions, Africa, Latin America and the Caribbean, and the SIDS. The institutions from these regions that have been involved in the design of the proposed phase are fully committed to the process of co-designing the platform. For the Latin American and Caribbean node, INVEMAR was responsible for its development in the region.
The Ocean
Info Hub is building a sustainable, interoperable, and inclusive digital ecosystem for all ocean data centers. The existing and emerging data systems are linked with the ultimate goal of coordinating action and capacity to improve access to ocean data and knowledge. The Ocean Info Hub offers an online platform that is free access to link networks between the ocean data centers in function of their interest, needs, and capabilities. The needs of individual users are actively connected with the capacities described in the hub, thus facilitating the exchange of scientific knowledge, experience, data, resources, training opportunities, and technology. The data come from oceanic catalogs and services already existing, as is the OBIS system, the Ocean Expert, Aqueducts, Ocean Best Practice, which are platforms and IoT programs, but that also come from emerging systems and already existing programs from institutions and projects with information already available. The data types refer to 7 categories or themes: experts and institutions, organizations, documents, training opportunities, maps and spatial data, projects, and research vessels. With this technological initiative, support is being given to the discovery and interoperability of the existing information systems through the development of a linear architecture of oceanic information data systems, OIS, which is a catalog that serve for the information related to the oceans and proposes a collaborative solution to interconnect distributed systems with common objectives. This is the main window of the online platform of the Latin American and Caribbean Ocean Info Hub that can be queried in English and Spanish. The platform is based on the first pilot development, a mechanism for the exchange of information, transfer of marine technology. In 2021, Invemar, in cooperation with IOC, started the identification of partners and data providers to contribute to the audit architecture in the region. Today, CHM Black, as a node of the Ocean Info Hub, offers more than 16,500 resources of ocean information about experts, institutions, documents, spatial data, research vessels, education and training opportunities for at least 9 countries. The platform offers then information from Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Mexico, Venezuela, Ecuador, Panama, Costa Rica, Uruguay, the Dominican Republic, Cuba, Colombia, among others. The Ocean Info Hub, node for Latin America and the Caribbean, works to support the discovery and the interoperability of the ocean information system already existing from the metadata. Let's check now the platform in more detail. The catalog of experts includes 4 fields in the first screen. For now, we're including as the only source the ocean experts, and therefore we're linking the details of each person to the profile of the registered ocean expert. This is done through the VERMAS link. The document catalog offers 3 search criteria, including dates. The platform has records dating back to 1913 and up to 2022. Apart from having different sources of information, including aqueducts and different research centers. The catalog of sources of opportunities for training and education offers 4 search criteria: by type, by country, by institution, and source. The type criterion refers to the supply of formal education of the graduate or undergraduate and PhD levels for about 100 institutions in all the region. The catalog of institutions allows for a search based on 3 criteria: direction or address, country, and source. To date, this catalog is being fed specifically by the group of institutions to which the profiles of ocean experts are linked. The Geospatial Information Catalog, which is a source of maps, and Atlas offers 4 criteria for searching, where more than 20 thematic categories related to the comprehensive management of coastal areas are the wealth of themes of the Caribbean Marine Atlas, which is the only source of information. The Caribbean Marine Atlas is a free access, free download platform created in 1916, supporting the strengthening of capabilities for Caribbean countries and as a repository of data for the region. It was developed by INVEMAD under the GeoNode technology. The marking catalog gives you 5 criteria to search by country, by institution, by category. We're talking about research vessels. It tells you if it's regional, national, or international, the status as to whether they are operational or not, and by type of activity, be it for coastal mapping or defense purposes, fishing, research, maintenance, oceanography, or research. So these are the activities offered by the catalog to date. As we can see, the platform refers to a whole network of hubs concentrated on improving online information access, and also to data and to what exists worldwide, regionally, and nationally. It helps discovering and it helps in the interoperability of the existing information processes or systems, providing technical support to the partners for them to link to the digital system. And with this independent digital initiatives, so that there's not only diversity, but also interoperability and inclusiveness. Finally, the Ocean Info Hub for Latin America seeks to benefit the different stakeholders, improving access to information, providing better solutions to shared problems, and better managing the decision-making for the sustainability of ocean ecosystems. It can help countries addressing knowledge needs of national and regional requirements, especially goals for 9, 14, and 17 under the Sustainable Development Goals. Join the Ocean Info Hub for Latin America and contribute. Thank you, Carolina. Thank you very much. I think it was an excellent presentation. So taking advantage of your being online, I would like to give you the floor briefly if you happen to have any additional information to share with the forum. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yes, just to finish up my presentation a little bit, the platform offers a whole set of information that we're seeking to link through metadata of web information that all the organizations may have. And as leaders of the technical coordination area, we give support to regarding our platform. We'll be sharing on the chat some links that will be in 4 languages so that they can be easily disseminated and you can all get to know it and approach us. And of course, my email will be in the platform, carolina.garcia@invemad.org. if you want to contact me. Thank you. Thank you, Carolina. And greetings to all the colleagues in INVEMAD. Congratulate you on your excellent task. Now that I'm speaking in Spanish, I will continue in Spanish. We have now Patrick Devils on the program CLME, a program that has been expanded to ProCaribe. Patrick is a very well-known expert, very recognized internationally and regionally, and he has been responsible for this project since its inception. So Patrick, welcome. Go ahead. The floor is yours. Well, first I would like to check whether you can hear me okay, and if my audio is working okay. Thank you.
Invitation to present on the CLME Plus Regional Ocean Governance Initiative. And as part of this regional initiative, also the new UNDP Jeff ProCaribe Plus project. And I would then present on both the wider ranging initiative and the new project to actually make the linkage with marine spatial planning work in the wider Caribbean region. So next slide, please. This is something that I've presented on many occasions, but people sometimes still ask, where does the acronym CLME Plus come from? And actually in the CLME, you already see the LME, large marine ecosystems. It's a concept that has been proposed by NOAA as a meaningful geospatial unit for ecosystem-based management of the marine space. And as such, it has also been adopted by the Global Environment Facility, who is actually financing a lot of marine projects in the region, as you already heard from prior presentations as well. It has also been adopted by the GEF, the Global Environment Facility, as a geospatial unit within which the planning of the projects is taking place. CLME Plus particularly stands for a region, CLME Plus being the Caribbean and the North Brazil Shelf large marine ecosystems. That covers an area of 4.4 million square kilometers of marine space. It is shared by 26 states and 18 overseas territories, of which 22 are SIDS. And actually, if you look at the map, you can also see that with the exception of the Gulf of Mexico, which is not included in the CLME Plus region, otherwise, the geographic scope of the initiative coincides very well with the area of work also of the IO-Caribe subcommission of the IOC of UNESCO. So next, please. So a brief history. There was a first CLME project which ran between 2009 and 2014, where the region came together to develop a 10-year strategic action program. That 10-year strategic action program was meant to contribute to help the region jointly move towards a long-term vision, which actually calls for a healthy marine environment in the wider Caribbean that supports livelihoods and the well-being of the people from the region. And actually, I think you already see two key elements in that vision. The vision was made before these terms came to the forefront, but I think that if you look at the vision, you can see that actually what we have there is a blue economy. We have a vision of a blue economy in the wider Caribbean, but a blue economy that is based on well-protected marine ecosystems. And that actually also links us to the global biodiversity framework, which is being negotiated at this moment in CBD COP 15, which was also already referred. So one can actually see that the action program that was developed with the first project actually links very closely to the 2030 UN Sustainable Development Agenda. It also links very closely to the UN Decade on Ocean Sciences. It also links to many other initiatives at the global level. This 10-year action program was initially supported by the CLME Plus project, which came to an end last year. And as we knew that we needed to continue providing the region with support to continue with this action program, and then actually also to then develop the new iteration of that action program once it comes to an end within a few years from now, we already also started a few years ago to mobilize renewed funding through the ProCaribe Plus project. And I'm very happy to be able to indicate actually that the new ProCaribe Plus project received endorsement from the GEF CEO last Friday. So on the 9th of December, this project was formally approved by the GEF, and we hope to be able to initiate this project now in the coming months. Next slide, please. The wide-ranging action program, which is meant to support the achievement of the regional vision, is so ambitious that it can clearly not be implemented by a single project. So we will have the ProCaribe Plus project, we had the CLME Plus project in the past, but we also need to bring all these other projects that are active in the region, we need to bring them together. There's a lot of fragmentation of efforts, and we need better coordination, we need better collaboration, a better achievement of synergies among these different projects. For example, very concretely, talking about marine spatial planning. A few weeks ago, there was another GEF project approved for the region called BE-CLME Plus. That project would support marine spatial planning in a number of countries in the region. And now with ProCaribe Plus, we would also be supporting marine spatial planning, but in yet a different set of countries in the region. So by working together among the different projects, among the different organizations, I think that we can really push forward the marine spatial planning agenda across the wider Caribbean region. Next, please. So now about marine spatial planning and why is it so important? I like very much this alternative presentation of the 2030 UN Sustainable Development Agenda, where you have the different sustainable development goals represented as what they called a SDG wedding cake. What you can actually see is that to achieve the sustainable development goals that link to the economy or that link to societies and livelihoods, actually first and foremost, you need to work on protecting the biosphere. If you don't protect the biosphere, you take away the basis of the cake and everything crumbles down, everything falls down. So we really need to protect the biosphere so that we can build socioeconomic benefits from the marine environment. So this actually very clearly shows the link between protection, the protection agenda, the CBD agenda, and the blue economy agenda. And actually, in order to link all these elements together, we clearly need marine spatial planning. Next, please. So this wedding cake was actually what underpinned the development of the new ProCaribe Plus project. But then we also took reference of a concept that was proposed by the Friends of Ocean Action, which is a panel of high-level experts from governments, from civil society, from private sector, from academia. And they actually, at the World Economic Forum, they presented an impact report where they said, okay, look, we want to develop the blue economy, but if we want to develop the blue economy, we need to work simultaneously on 3 areas. We need to expand the network of marine protected areas. We need to complement it with other effective area-based conservation measures. And we need to combine that and integrate all that in the development of comprehensive business cases and marine spatial plans. So they actually proposed a 3-pronged approach to enable the blue economy, which says, okay, marine spatial planning, MPA, the conservation agenda with MPAs and with OECMs. So these are 3 things that we considered with ProCaribe Plus. If we want to work towards that long-term vision, we need to work along these 3 axes. Next one, please. So this is done what the new ProCaribe Plus project is about. It will be a 5-year project, which we will hopefully be able to initiate in January 2023. It will run until 2027, and its objective is to protect, restore, and harness the natural coastal marine capital of the region, to catalyze investments in a climate resilient, sustainable blue economy through strengthened regional coordination and collaboration and wide-ranging partnerships. The project will have 4 components. The first one is about enhanced regional coordination collaboration. Second one is about enhanced national capacity and enabling conditions. The third one is more focused on the ground actions, where we would be working with selected countries on marine spatial planning, on MPAs, on blue carbon, for example, on sustainable fisheries, etc., etc. And very important, and you also saw it already from the prior presentations, this all needs to be underpinned by sound knowledge management, information management. So with component 4, we will work on regional knowledge management and marine data infrastructure. And of course, there we will also link up with the initiatives that have been presented in prior presentations today. Next one, please. So going a little bit more in depth in the different components. If we look at component 1, enhanced regional coordination collaboration, what will we do there? We will seek to operationalize the ocean coordination mechanism, which is a mechanism that brings together all the countries from the region and a large number of intergovernmental organizations, among which also UNESCO, but also the likes like United Nations Environment Programme, FAO, etc. They will bring together all these partners to jointly coordinate their work towards the overarching CLME Plus vision, towards the development of the blue economy. And this can also include enhanced coordination, probably through the leadership of UNESCO, on issues of marine spatial planning. We will continue to support the existing SAP, Strategic Action Program. And once that one comes to an end, we will also, through the ocean coordination mechanism, seek to develop the new 2025-2034 multi-stakeholder Strategic Action Program. We had the presentation on the new Agile Learn project, which talked about integrating marine spatial planning in the TBA SAP process. So here again, you see a very nice opportunity to link up with the work that will be supported through IW Learn and with other activities that will be supported through UNESCO and DG Mare. In component 2, we will keep on supporting the establishment of national intersectorial committees. When you say marine spatial planning, you talk about the different sectors with a stake in the marine environment. So we obviously need to continue to work towards better articulation of actions, better coordination among different ministries, different governance entities that are involved in marine resources management. We will also support national blue economy scoping. We think scoping for the blue economy is also critical as a preparatory action in the context of marine spatial planning, because if you start understanding what the potential of your marine environment is, you can try to reflect that in the development of your marine spatial plans. Through component 2, we will also support training and capacity building on MSP. It's almost obvious that we will seek to coordinate with our IOC of UNESCO colleagues for that purpose. And maybe what is interesting to mention here as well, we will also support the development of the updated nationally determined contributions in the context of the climate change framework agreement. And that's also an important opportunity, because if countries seek to increase their ambitions in the climate agenda through the NDCs, that can then also be linked to the work that will be conducted on marine spatial planning. Next one, please. In component 3, then, as already indicated, we would support further development of blue economy plans in one country, and then marine spatial planning efforts in, I think, approximately 8 countries. We would also work on marine protected areas and OECMs, and we would try to tie that process also to the marine spatial planning process. And then in component 4, we would be working on the development of an ocean hub. And we saw that there is work being undertaken that front by the IOC of UNESCO again as well. So also here we would be seeking to coordinate so that we can actually pool resources from different initiatives together so that we can build something really nice and something really important for our region. And we would also support the development of a first fully developed regional state of the marine environment and associated economies report, because that would then also inform the development of the new 10-year strategic action program. And I think with that, I've probably went, yeah, I still have a few things. Let's see the next slide. Actually, as we were building the new ProCaribe Plus project, we tried to establish a baseline in terms of, okay, where does the region currently stand already in terms of marine spatial planning? Which are the countries that are already advanced, and how advanced are they? And we try to reflect that in a mapping exercise, which is the one that is shown here on the left. This was actually done in 2019, I believe, so it may already be a little bit outdated, but that's actually why we think that the regional coordination through these LME initiatives is so important, because then you can jointly get a better understanding of where the region currently stands, and then you can also better tailor new incoming support, new incoming projects. You can actually see where additional support is needed so that as a region, as a whole, we can move forward with the marine spatial planning agenda. And this can also be tied to the conservation agenda and the 30 by 30 pledges. You can see in the map to the right that quite a few countries in the region had already pledged to protect 30% of their marine environment by 2030. If you would run that exercise in isolation from the marine spatial planning exercise, then you're likely to end up with problems. So we really need to seek to integrate these efforts. Next one, please. This is then a reflection of the collaboration with the IOC of UNESCO that was already initiated during the preparatory phase for the ProCaribe Plus project, where we actually had a regional virtual MSP dialogue in December 2021, and where we try to further update the status of marine spatial planning across the many countries in the region. And this is reflected in this slide. So actually, we try to periodically update the status so that we can see where additional support will still be needed. And then maybe to conclude, if we go to the next slide, you have heard already how important it is that we can coordinate across the wider region. And that's why with the CLME Plus project, we had already created an interim coordination mechanism, which consisted of 9 IGOs, 9 intergovernmental organizations with a mandate on the marine environment. So it was very important that we could have these IGOs talking with each other and trying to actually program together their actions on the marine environment. But we also came to understand that actually in the interim coordination mechanism, the countries themselves maybe lost some protagonism. So as we were negotiating with the countries, with the support of the CLME Plus project, as to what should be the future of coordination at the level of the large marine ecosystems, at the level of the wider Caribbean, we came to conclude that actually the long-term coordination mechanism needs to be a mechanism where the countries will be in the driver's seat and where then the IGOs will be there to actually support the countries in their ambitions. This long-term ocean coordination mechanism will now be made operational with the financial support of the ProCaribe Plus project. It will be made operational through the signing of a memorandum of understanding that was negotiated over the past 3-4 years with the countries and with the IGOs. And we hope to be able to open the process for the signature of the MOU in the coming weeks or months. And with that, and I think we can go to the last slide. This would also be an invitation to all the countries from the region and to the IGOs, which are listed here, to actually work with us to try and operationalize this coordination mechanism as soon as possible, so that this coordination mechanism can then also, with the participation or under the leadership of IOC UNESCO, can then also help us jointly advance the marine spatial planning agenda over the next 5 to 10 years. And thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, Patrick, thank you very much for your presentation. I think this project is really a long-standing project and an example for the region and worldwide. So our next speaker is Madame Susana de Beauville-Scott. Susana, coming from the Commission of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, and will share with us her experience in the projects related to MSP. Susana works with the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, as I mentioned, and she provides technical support and manages projects under the Ocean Governance and Fisheries Program. So Susana, welcome, bienvenue for you. 10 minutes, please.
Good day all. Thank you for the invitation to be here today. I'll just jump right in. Could we move to the next slide, please? Next slide. Thank you. Just to provide a little bit of context, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States was established in 1981 by way of the Treaty of Basse-Terre, which was revised in 2010 to establish the OECS Economic Union. The OECS comprises 11 members, 6 independent states, 3 UK and 2 France overseas territories. The revised Treaty of Basse-Terre states that member states shall coordinate, harmonize, and undertake joint actions and pursue joint policies on matters related to several areas, including on matters related to the sea and its resources. Next slide, please. An island systems management approach is enshrined in key OECS policies, including the St. George's Declaration of Principles for Environmental Sustainability for the OECS. This approach integrates and coordinates the decisions and actions of all sectors in the area extending from the island ridge to the outer limits of the EEZ. Next slide, please. The OECS recognizes that meaningful stakeholder engagement across the states is required in the management and cooperation of dynamically interconnected marine spaces within and among the nations of the region. And as such, in 2013, the OECS Authority, which comprises the heads of state, endorsed the Eastern Caribbean Regional Ocean Policy, or ECROP for short. And of note is that the ECROP policy outcome number 5 is coastal and marine spatial planning and integrated management of marine and coast resources are adopted. Next slide, please. And so, in keeping with that mandate, in 2021, the OECS completed coastal and marine spatial plans for 5 of its member states. The scope of each of these plans being from the coast to the outer limits of the EEZ. The implementation of these plans is being driven by national ocean governance committees, which are multi-sectoral in nature and tasked with coordinating and advising on ocean governance matters at the country level. These plans comprise a coastal master plans, and these plans, the coastal master plans, present a suite of priority interventions and investments to support blue economy, and they were developed through a participatory approach. The interventions detailed in the plans reflect economic growth, equitable development, environmental protection, climate resilience, and good governance. The marine spatial plans comprises the 2 components, the nearshore and the offshore areas, and it serves to manage serves as a management tool to mitigate against conflicts and between users and uses. Next slide, please. The nearshore component of the plan extends up to, from the coastline up to 200 meter contour, or about three nautical miles, whichever is further. And it includes 5 categories, 5 zones, 5 marine zones. These are listed on the screen, so I won't call them out. The marine spatial plans in the zoning is represented in the form of 3 scenarios. The first scenario sets to produce or sets a target of producing 20% of most of the natural features in a conservation, with a conservation designation. And the other 2 scenarios, 2 and 3, go progressively higher in terms of the targets for conservation features. Next slide, please. The proposed offshore framework is really conceptual in nature, and it enables the future application of zoning in a 3-dimensional manner as data and information becomes available. The coastal and marine spatial plans were limited in the sense that there was not a lot of data available to inform the plans, especially in this offshore area. There was much more data available in the nearshore area and of course for the coastal master plans. Next slide, please. Just to note that in the OECS space, there has been some bilateral MSP efforts, for example, between Grenada and St. Vincent, when we look at the Grenadines. Next slide, please. Next slide. Right, so this gives a closer look at that transboundary MSP proposal for the Grenadines. The Grenadines is shared between a group of small islands that's shared between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. And under the Susgren project, this proposal was put forward, and it's still not yet been formalized, but it is an example of bilateral MSP that has occurred in the OECS space. Next slide, please. Okay, to encourage and to foster transboundary cooperation, an OECS regional marine spatial planning framework was also prepared, and this provides an overarching framework that supports alignment and cooperation among the OECS member states. Of note is that this framework is based on the vision and principles set out in the Eastern Caribbean Regional Ocean Policy that I mentioned earlier. The transboundary issues for cooperation, there are 8 of them outlined in this plan, and it includes research and data collection as a priority area, marine pollution, etc. These are located on the slide. Okay, we jumped. It is expected that the transboundary cooperation on marine spatial plans will be facilitated through several existing mechanisms in our region. For example, the OECS Assembly, which facilitates harmonization of policies and legislation. I've noticed that the structure of the Eastern Caribbean regional policy facilitates national coordination and decision-making and a direct flow from the national level to the various regional levels. So it moves from the national level to the ocean governance team. The ocean governance team comprises a key member of each, a key representative from each of the National Ocean Governance Committees. So there are 11 key members on the Ocean Governance team. So it is a multi-state advisory team. And any actions or priority actions or decisions coming out of this team flows to the Council of Ministers. The Council of Ministers meets on thematic areas, including on matters related to ocean governance and including environmental sustainability, fisheries, etc. So as appropriate, recommendations, etc., would flow from the ocean governance team to the Council of Ministers. And as appropriate, if it needs to be elevated further, the Council of Ministers takes this on to the heads of state or the OACS authority. Of course, the transboundary cooperation under the Regional Marine Spatial Planning Framework is expected to occur via existing systems, such as those that I've mentioned before, but also systems such as the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, the Regional Security Mechanism, and in general, intergovernmental forums, regional working groups, and advisory committees and partners with similar interests. Next slide, please. And just in conclusion, I'd like to invite everyone to visit the OACS website under our Ocean Governance and Fisheries program. A lot of the tools that were produced in terms of the marine spatial plans are available in our online library. We also have a case study. We are large ocean states, blue economy and ocean governance in the Eastern Caribbean that really chronicles our experience from as the OACS from the 1980s to where we are today in terms of ocean governance. With that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Susana. And this is a very interesting presentation, and especially to lead us to the governance, thinking how we'll conduct this governance in the region. And you show us a good example that must be considered for other countries. And that lead us to the final presentation, that is Dr. Virginie Tassin-Campanella. Virginie is an avocat à la Cour de Paris and attorney-in-law in Zurich Bar, and doctor-in-law in the Sorbonne.
She's a lawyer.
Long experience in international law, the sea, environmental law, maritime law, and others. And the main reason that we invite her is that we like her to share with us her views and to guide us on this navigation on marine diversity beyond national jurisdiction. That was a book that she published. And also to indicate how are her views on this national to regional to international cooperation. So we welcome you. Bienvenue, Virginie. C'est à vous maintenant pour nous, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup à tous. Merci beaucoup, Edgar. I'm going to speak in English because I know it's easier. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for this wonderful invitation. So yes, to reply to the question, I'm a lawyer, and I'm very happy to be here because all the fields we're working on are complementary, and there's always so much to learn from the others that I hope you'll be able to have some new perspective or maybe put all the pieces of the puzzle together with what I'm going to present on. So basically, I'm going to focus today on what we have learned through state practice at the national level. So really like a very broad summary of the last years. I'm going to also give insight on what we need to take in consideration while we'll be identifying the main objectives and priorities for the design of a regional MSP framework. But I will be talking also about the definition of the marine space, which will be subject to the marine spatial planning, and some important consideration also regarding the implementation of what you all know as precautionary principle, what we call in law the precautionary approach. So to start with, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Is it possible? Yes, thank you. Thank you. So what we've learned actually through the last years of state practice at the national level is that there's been actually a great diversity of MSP planning. And as you know, a lot of them have been actually driven by sectors. So we have actually in Europe or in Ibero-America, different types of marine spatial planning, for example, only dedicated for wind farms or only dedicated to fishing. But what you need to understand is that basically marine spatial planning, it's something that is flexible, that could be designed really what we call in French à la carte. So it doesn't have to be sector specific. It could be inclusive, and you could give actually the type of priorities that you want depending on the specific circumstances. What we've learned also through state practice is that the responsibilities for implementing marine spatial planning usually has been split between too many ministries and agencies. So generally speaking, there was a lot of consistency and transparency at the national level, which could create actually difficulty if we want to create another level, another umbrella at the regional level. There's also at the moment, generally speaking, a lack of evaluating assessments and material consequences. So basically be able to really understand the impact of the objectives and the measures that have been developed through the marine spatial planning plans. Another difficulty that we can see actually, but expressed a bit differently depending on the state practice, is the knowledge that has been used and the knowledge that has been shared. Very often, usually people are more afraid of this coming from lawyers because of the technical language we can use, but we all use technical language. And so when we want to share this language or this technical background, it's sometimes difficult. And it's really something that we've seen through marine spatial planning, especially through capacity building and sharing of knowledge, is that sometimes it's too technical. And there needs to be more context and more easy understanding to be able to gather actually all stakeholders. What is the most striking, and I will say probably the most relevant, especially with regards to the new MSP roadmap that has been developed recently, is the fact that we have people and the ocean that are really at the heart actually of this mechanism of marine spatial planning for the years to come. But very interestingly, the marine spatial plannings that have been developed the last years, there was a lack of social objectives and knowledge that were actually integrated into MSP. So that means, for example, consideration regarding prior consent or consultation of indigenous peoples and local communities. So this is international law, but it's also at the heart of Agenda 2030, and it's also at the heart of many negotiations at the moment. For example, the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction negotiation that are happening at the UN at the moment. But social objectives is not just the issue of prior consent and consultation of indigenous people. It's also knowledge pluralism. So that means not being able only to rely on, let's say, modern scientific knowledge, but also taking in consideration traditions into the set of knowledge. Being able also to integrate social pillars at the heart of a marine spatial plan is also extremely important for transparency, for accountability, for everything linked to justice, but also in terms of decision-making, social inclusion, trust, and credibility. And we see actually in Europe a lot of issues with marine spatial planning, for example, focus on wind farms that didn't take in consideration enough fisheries interest. And so it's clashing and it's creating conflicts of views, and it's exactly what you don't want for marine spatial planning. Another set of things that we need to think about when creating actually another layer, so a regional layer, it's about the synergies and the complementarity that has been mentioned actually before. So synergies and complementarity of the national, regional, and international level, but also synergies and complementarity of actually all the different topics together. So I'm not only talking about the different pillars of sustainable development, so social, environmental, and economic, but I'm also talking about the different legal obligations of all the states that will be involved into this marine spatial planning at the regional level. And there's a lot of difficulties at the moment to see clearly what are the implementive flows and difficulties in implementing in synergies different instruments. So I take, for example, you have the FAO agreements on the IUU fishing, so port states and measures to prevent and deter IUU fishing. You have also the World Heritage Convention and the Subaquatic Cultural Heritage Convention that is very important, especially in the Caribbean. You have also, of course, the Cartagena Convention, which is at the regional level. You have also the MARPOL Convention and especially Annex 5, which is applicable to the wider Caribbean region. You have the Convention on Biodiversity and the Nagoya Protocol, and you have, of course, UNCLOS, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. So all of this layering, if you understand a bit more how it works together, it could actually provide insights and help to actually determine the priorities where states will be actually really willing to engage with, because it will actually help them to implement better their international obligations. Next slides, please. So what is actually important is to understand that there's been indeed other regional models that have been developed, and there's been different priorities that have been set. So if we take, for example, EU law, we have a specific governance framework in EU law that I'm not here to explain, but I'm sure you're all aware of. That is actually not at all the case, you know, in the Caribbean and Latin America region. So we can take in consideration what has been done, but it cannot be served as a model. It could just be served as, for example, lessons learned and practice that will be actually very useful for the region. What is very interesting also to understand is that the Marine Spatial Planning Directive that has been created within EU law is specifically articulated around the idea of blue growth and blue economy. But it's one possibility of the different priorities that could be set. It doesn't have to be only on blue economy and blue growth. It could be, for example, on restoration. It could be on biodiversity first. It could be on cultural or subaquatic heritage. So really the identification of priorities specific to the region is key. We see in other regional frameworks, for example, HELCOM or OSPAR, that these regional frameworks have been working on marine spatial planning through different actually initiatives. And all of them actually through the years realized that they face also specific difficulties. For HELCOM is actually the social and cultural pillars that have difficulties to be integrated into the MSP plans. And OSPA is actually the integration of MSP plans for the areas that are actually in the high seas, so beyond national jurisdiction. OSPA has also highlighted the specific issues with regards to access to good quality data and sectoral thinking that is preventing to actually design marine spatial planning that will be not only existing but also effective. So the question that I would like to raise now is basically how you can actually design marine spatial planning and on which marine area. So can we go to next slide, please? Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So the problem of actually defining the marine area at the regional level, it's a very important problem, because you have, you know, the normal, let's say, knowledge around the EZ and the continental shelf. You have also a lot of boundaries that are still pending or being delimited. There's also all the continental shelf extensions that are being processed at the moment. So there are many gray areas which could actually prevent or pose difficulties in defining actually where you can get the data from and actually which marine area will be covered by this marine spatial planning. So before actually digging into some of the options, I wanted actually to remind everyone that legally speaking, there's no focus on blue economy. The main focus will be really to promote peace and reduce conflicts before doing anything else. And the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea is really promoting this, to say that basically all problems of ocean space are interrelated and needs to be considered as a whole. So there's no parity between, for example, protection of the marine environment and the equitable and efficient utilization of resources, or even conservation purposes. The just and equitable international economic order, so for example, blue economy is also part of it, but it's not a priority, and it should be balanced with all the main interests actually to be counted into the equation. So the question with marine areas and the definition of marine area is, first, are we talking about just areas within national jurisdiction? So, for example, in between different areas of national jurisdiction, so will be transboundary, because there will be different EEZ, for example, different continental shelf, or are we talking about transboundary within national jurisdiction and outside national jurisdiction? So actually, not considering this issue of outside national jurisdiction will be a mistake, because at the moment there are negotiations at the UN on the what we call an implementing agreement on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, and there's a mechanism first of consultation of specific stakeholders, especially with marine protected areas, and environmental impact assessments. And there's also a mechanism to be introduced of environmental impact assessment that will be considering also the transboundary impact assessments and a sort of consistency of measures that will be taken within national jurisdiction and outside national jurisdiction. So in the design of the marine spatial planning, this type of consideration will need to be injected and will need to be considered. Another thing that needs to be extremely clear and considered is what to do in case we have, for example, contested waters or disputes in certain marine region, which is actually the case. Well, legally speaking, basically states still have exactly the same obligations, for example, protecting the marine environment or cooperating. And while they're actually trying to find a solution for maritime boundaries, there's a mechanism where they can actually agree on what we called provisional arrangements. So will be like basically joint agreements, which can lead to the creation, for example, joint development zones, where states actually create what they want, the sort of cooperation they want, which will not actually impact negatively the maritime boundary making that is still pending. And this mechanism actually has been used for example, oil and gas quite a lot, not much actually in terms of ocean data, but it could be something that could be quite interesting actually, especially in the region here. Next slide, please. The still 2 minutes to go and then I'm finished. Another thing that I wanted to highlight is the importance of the protection of the marine environments. So as you know, states have a duty to protect and preserve the marine environment, and the duty to protect and preserve includes, for example, the duty to monitor the risk and effects of the pollution. So this means that all states need to observe, to measure, to evaluate, to analyze directly or through competent international organization this type of risk or effects. So putting together and creating another layer of regional cooperation could actually serve states to implement this obligation to protect and preserve the marine environment. What is really at stake here? Well, here it's really the stake of being able to implement the precautionary approach. But to implement the precautionary approach, we need to be able to run adequate environmental impact assessments. So means being able to identify the risk of activities, mitigating or not, avoiding the risk or remediating to the risk, and be able to tell if this activity plus this activity can go together, or if the cumulative impact assessment reveal that there are some issues. At the moment, unfortunately, there's a lot of issues of understanding and of scientific knowledge, especially with regard to cumulative impact assessments and transboundary impact assessments. So I think marine spatial planning can actually provide solutions for this and strengthen actually the knowledge towards this impact. For this, we need baseline information. We need to have more scientific information, and I'm sure the IOC UNESCO will be able to plead even better than me, for this. So this means we need ocean data. And we often hear we need ocean data, we're going to collect ocean data. Ocean data needs to be open access and shared freely. Basically, at the state level, it's always very difficult, especially when it's data coming from the EZ and certain type of resources. So there could be, as I mentioned, provisional arrangement for the collection of specific data that are not too sensitive, but could be agreed actually at the regional level to move forward marine spatial planning and to be able actually to understand the cumulative impact of activities. Next slide, please, and it will be my final. So what can we do actually? we need actually to understand beyond actually all this legal obligation to the implementation of Agenda 2030. And Agenda 2030 is really something, an instrument that is fascinating because we often talk about, biodiversity. Yes, it's at the same time than the COP, and we need to do marine spatial planning at the same time, where actually there's no distinction between them. And the way to think about it is really to create synergies and to be able not only to work with blue economy first at the center and then actually radiating all of the others, is really to be able to layer all of this. And here it's an example, for example, of how we can implement SDG 14. It's actually an extract from research on the left side. And on the right side, is actually the level of the lack, basically, of knowledge we have at the moment with regards to the assessment of a specific ecosystem with regards to climate change, classified by region, and it's an extract actually from the IPCC report 2022. So I really believe that if we're able to gather all these elements and to think practically, but to put things in context, to make it very practical for states to implement the international obligation, we'll be able to find something that will be actually perfect, especially for this specific region, which is the Caribbean and Latin America. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Virginie. Merci beaucoup. And I think there was a really interesting presentation, and I really appreciate that you take your time to speak with us. And really, by the audience, there was a lot of discussion in the chat and on the questions, especially on the areas beyond national jurisdiction, even some coming wide from the indigenous knowledge and the fisheries and others. Perhaps it's a matter that there is a lot of interest and a lack of information that the experts have in our region or in other regions. No? So one of the questions that remain for us, and I think that we'll take as a homework, is for the forum to have this thinking on what are the challenges vis-a-vis on the preparation of a regional plan on MSP. So really this is something that we take on board. I would like, we are late of time, but I would like to give the floor to Suzanne or to Patrick to react to Virginie's presentation on what are their views on this, let's say, coordination or governance situation. So Suzanne, are you able to reply, or Patrick?
Yes, just very briefly, I really think for there to be that coordination at the regional level, we must first start at the national level. There must be willingness at the national level. There must be readiness and capacity to engage and cooperate at that level. And there must be a mechanism or systems in place that would facilitate the transboundary cooperation discussions. And for us in the Eastern Caribbean, that primary mechanism or driver would be the OECS and its various bodies. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And unfortunately, we have no time. Patrick, please, if you are able to give us some.
No, only maybe to second what was just said. Also, I mean, we look at the regional ocean coordination mechanism. On the regional ocean coordination mechanism, the countries will be represented by a single person, by a single entity. So if there is no coordination at the national level, the person who comes to the regional forum will have difficulties to speak on behalf of the country as a whole. So it's the same. You need to start at the national. I mean, you need to work in parallel, but you cannot neglect the national processes as you're working on the regional process. So it really needs to happen together.
Okay, thank you very much, merci Virginie. And this is there was a challenging presentation, and I think very illustrative and give us directions for our future work in the region. So with this, I finalize this session. We are, let's say, running a little bit late on our program, but all the session was really very cascading from the instruments that we have to then we move to this CLME Plus, ProCaribe, then the Ocean Organization, Mr. Caribbean States Governance, and then the legal perspective of coordination. So now what I will intend to say is that we will post 3 polls again, so Secretariat, ponemos las 3 encuestas, por favor, 4, 5 y 6. And
if we could put the 3 polls, 4, 5, and 6.
Open-ended questions for you to think. These open-ended questions will be stay in the chat, so you can choose to answer now, or you can, we will, after the meeting, we will post again for all the participants in order that you can think again and send us your feedback. So now we have this poll. So the first, in your experience, the process used to create geospatial plans that identify what space of the ocean are appropriate for different uses and activities is marine spatial planning. So has your country marine spatial plans or started to create those? And the third will be a comprehensive marine spatial plan help coordinate the multiple and something conflicting users in marine space and resources. So the polls are open, and we let a minute to close. Okay, Secretariat, please close the meeting, the polls, please. And can we post the 2 questions for the audience? ¿Podemos colocar las 2 preguntas para la audiencia? So la primera pregunta es ¿qué tipo de herramientas de la parte del
So
MSP?
the first question is, what kind of tools in the MSP process are you familiar with? So if we could have a short answer from you. And the second one, the second question says, according to your experience, is knowledge for MSP, for instance, science results, easily accessible for planners, for stakeholders, for the general public? How can knowledge dissemination on the MSP process be enhanced? So this is quite a complex question. It's not necessary for you to answer this now, but you can think about it for later. So having said this, we will be taking a break of 3 minutes while we switch to the next session.
And we will start the session with the capacity development and awareness. Muchas gracias. Merci à tous, Virginie. Merci à tous les présentateurs. Thank you to all, and we'll see in 3 minutes. Gracias, y vamos entonces a iniciar esta
Thank you. So we will be starting session 2 now. We will be basically speaking in Spanish, and it'll be related to capacity development, knowledge, and the topics related with MSP. Alex, before we start, I would like to see the results from the survey, if possible. So we see that the results from the survey, the first question, we can see that there's a disposition to consider that these plans are especially important For the second one, as to whether your country has any marine spatial plan, and we see that 65% yes says yes. And moving down, regarding marine special plans or the coordination difficulties, it is clear that we have a deficiency in coordination. So let's close this. So we will invite the three panelists for this session. They work on capacity development, Professor Elva Escobar, Dr. Marínez Scherer, and Dr. Paula Sierra. For these sessions, we have a thematic panel. Each one of them will have 10 minutes. And I have been asked beforehand to present the results of the messages that came from the international conference, the international forum in Barcelona. So we will present first these messages. Sandra, if you can help me, please, with the slides. Perhaps the first message that we see here on this slide that you're looking at is the disclaimer that I would like to draw your attention to. This disclaimer in which it is mentioned that what is mentioned or debated or discussed in these fora is not the view of UNESCO. In the case of the Barcelona Forum of the European Commission, and likewise, what is expressed by the participants does not include a national position. So that this is made very clear that when someone from a particular country is not speaking under an official position or mandate from their country, but rather is a technical discussion. So let's continue. The messages that we received from Barcelona, first of all, a lack of resources. And in this lack of resources, we see that depending on the reality of the sector, there may be financial difficulties. There are projects that do not have a beginning or an end. So there's an end to that development of capabilities, and there must be a commitment from the governments. The second issue is that messages are not easy to convey, and this was the case in the previous session. We heard that too. We have to be culturally aware of where we're going. Think of coastal models. I understood here that they have to be easily understandable in these interconnection between the ocean and the atmosphere, or between the land and the coast and the ocean. The three scenarios, atmosphere, sea, and land, and to consider other options like music, theater, etc., to identify champions that can convey this message to the population. We see that many times there are personalities that are involved. For instance, the Prince of Monaco is a relevant case. He's practically the ambassador of the oceans, and when he speaks, people listen to him. Next one, please. Other messages were the lack of awareness regarding the oceans and the need to create this awareness. I would not want to create any conflict here, but I think that progress has been made in these development of awareness. And actually, there is knowledge, or there is understanding or awareness that this issue is very important. But from a technical point of view, we have to continue facilitating that. The insufficiency in the transparency in the decision-making process as well, we see that there are education programs that must be strengthened, and the commitment of the public in general and the communities in these planning aspects is important. It's important for all processes to have the stakeholders involved. Next one, please. And the political commitment. The forum detected that the political part is not included in these processes from the very beginning, and this must be the case in certain countries. We heard about Europe, and there are ministers for the seas, and there are units or directorates that do not have that level and that necessarily have to have that kind of responsibility. We have some of the words rescued by the group, the multidisciplinary, multi-scalar, multicultural, the part that has to do with the training, hands-on experiences in the development of partnerships for training with the people or the communities in general, and eliminate very technical vocabulary that will not be understood clearly later, and necessarily the participation of the young, of the youth, as an energy to drive things forward. So these are the messages that I was asked to share with you. And let's move now to the technical panel. It is my pleasure to present Professor Alva Escobar, one of the most important persons in the region in capacity development regarding teaching, educating, developing knowledge, and marine topics. Then we will have Marines Scherer, who comes from the Federal University of Santa Catarina in Brazil, and who is a very important person in this university and has a wide experience in the Southern Cone regarding creation of knowledge and knowledge about marine spaces. And then Dr. Paula Sierra, a head of research for INVEMAR in Colombia, and that for more than a decade has been working on these topics of planning of marine spaces.
Well, so we're going to give the floor first to Elba. Welcome, Elba. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the support being offered to show the slides I've sent. Well, I want to thank the invitation to this forum on marine spatial planning. Today, I'm going to talk briefly about capacity development from my standpoint as an oceanographer in the region, and as you said, to carry out the guide of the IOCaribe work team for capacity development. And together with Milena, we are in charge of the project that was acknowledged as a project of UN Decade of Ocean Sciences, which is focused on capacity development. So one of the topics that becomes of interest is marine spatial planning. I'm going to address you in English, but I mean, whatever. I mean, I wanted to help the colleagues of the other nations. So she'll switch to English. And if necessary for me to address you in Spanish, I'll go back to Spanish.
Da Silva, who reminded us on the Marine Special Planning Roadmap pillars and actions. This is very important for what I have to say. The next slide, please. In this slide too, as mentioned previously by other speakers, marine spatial planning is an important tool to develop and to balance the needs of commercial, economical, and recreational users of the marine environment, and to balance it with the protection of the marine biodiversity. It brings together multiple users to make informed and coordinated decisions on how the sustainable use of the ocean is and its resources by reducing conflict between stakeholders. We have seen a race over the last 3 decades of the marine spatial planning, where the progress in developing plans in the region in modalities of individual nations and of organization of nations within the region, for instance, the Eastern Caribbean nations. Challenges and disparities persist after a decade or more. In ocean science capacity, and developing plans and their implementations. This is because we are limited in marine spatial planning research and in developing a larger number of human capacities and expertise in the region. Capacity development is a major priority of the United Nations Ocean Science Decade and is required to achieve sustainable development and the decade's goal of eradicating inequality in the region and in the world. Next slide, please. This slide 3 presents that human activities and the use of resources are moving further offshore and deeper. This is important. This occurs with a larger number of users being highly dependent on the oceans and its resources, and with a longer presence of the humans in the ocean. In my point of view, I am part of that paper, a large percentage of nations in the region, in this region, the Atlantic Ocean and the Caribbean Sea, are islands and are bounded by the Atlantic Ocean and the Caribbean Sea. Their waters provide food, supporting livelihood, they drive the economies, and that they find their identity. Collectively, these have jurisdictions which are over 80 times the size of the land territory. So marine spatial planning is a tool that can sustainably guide the different uses for our nations, many of which are developing or are least developed. My 2 next slides will summarize a literature review that I did of the last 10 years, and I try to document the use of marine spatial planning, giving you a glimpse of how some nations apply the marine spatial planning. And this is not an exhaustive review. I try to capture ongoing capacity development efforts and some of the challenges and limitations that these documents mention. So the next slide, please. And this is slide number 4. And it provides the view of the national marine spatial plans. And these are case studies that include conservation, resource extraction, shipping, energy production, large and small fisheries and aquaculture, and recreational opportunities, among others. But what is important is that many of them summarize and mention that there are major challenges because of the lack of expertise, of local expertise in many cases, and they recognize and acknowledge that there is the help of expertise from other nations, but it would be very useful to have their own expertise. The next slide, please. Slide number 5 synthesizes capacity development challenges and limitation as the other one, but in this case of the collective actions in sections of the Western Tropical Atlantic and the Caribbean region, where commitments aim at furthering the progress and the processes of the sustainable development in the least developed states, the developing states, and the small island developing states. It is interesting that some nations appear in both slides, but many nations do not appear. We don't know anything about their capacities, the possibilities of marine spatial planning. So to have a sustainable use of marine resources, we require an increasing scientific knowledge, data gathering for the different layers, and building research capacity and transferring marine technology for these nations, with the view to enhancing the contribution of marine biodiversity in balance to the economic growth of the states. So if we go to the next slide, there were a couple of questions that came to me. If we go to the next slide, please. Okay, these are the questions that came to my mind. What are the motivations behind marine spatial planning capacity development in the region? What is really needed? We cannot generalize to everyone. I think every nation will have its needs and will have its very specific requirements for capacity development in view and mission. What partnerships can enable marine spatial capacity planning development, and how this will fill the needs for each nation? How should the outcomes of marine spatial capacity development be measured? We need to measure these in time. We have to have a timeline, for instance, for a decade, and say, what are we expecting to measure? Having the plans, implementing the plans, in what aspect, what requires every single nation, from conservation, the use of energy, the fishery, what planning is what they are requiring in each of the different sections of their EEZ. And then how far national governments can advance to institutionalize the marine spatial planning to help implement the plans supported by this capacity development that was created. So in my next slide, I would like to mention that, next slide, please, that capacity development is not for free. It has a cost. However, developing national capacity for marine spatial planning is important. It's actually very important. There are many opportunities for marine spatial planning capacity development in the rise. The region can benefit from a long-term plan for developing capacity for a range of competencies that are required, where knowledge and skill transfer to locals is, in my point of view, priority. For instance, an example, maritime law. From this, going further away from the coast, going offshore and deeper, marine spatial planning also foresees the need for developing regulations that are useful for the different use of the marine resources. Capacity development requires funding, and financing is an ongoing challenge to build human infrastructure and technical capacity. It needs to be defined, in example, in reducing data limitations, how we create spatial marine data, how we create the repositories for those data at the national or at the regional levels, databases that can talk to each other and that we know and rely on them for considering that the oceans are interconnected. They are not separated by borders in general. Oceans are connected, and we require that this data can be reused by our neighboring states. We need to generate data with the best practices, the best ocean practices, and the collection of collecting data with standards, both for the coastal and for the offshore and the deep sea, including, in this case, that we have the local capacities, the local experts that can collect the data that are required by that nation, and that integrates generations, disciplines, and in particular, traditional knowledge holders. That integrates as well the geographies within each nation and the geographies within the region. Collaboration, while important in providing the impetus for advancing the marine spatial planning in the region, requires today urgently of the local expertise to give certainty on continuity of the planning cycle and move beyond the planning phase to implementation. In conclusion, the list of needs for marine spatial planning capacity development is long. However, developing capacity needs to be tailored by each nation's needs. For effective use of the resources and enhance the standardization of governance and move to the blue economy opportunities, we need that capacity development is a way, or is considered as a way, to create new jobs for the new generations of ocean professionals. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Elba. Una excelente presentación.
Thank you very much, Elba. Excellent presentation. You have presented the need of capacity development, mainly under this coordinated work. Now, I would like to give the floor to Marine Scherer from OTCA Cono Sur, of the Universidad Federal Santa Catarina, Brazil. So you have the floor. You choose if you want to address the audience in English or in Spanish. Can I use my video? Good afternoon. Well, for me, it is already good afternoon. Thank you very much for this invitation to participate. My slides are in English, but I'm going to try to speak Spanish or a mix between Spanish and Portuguese. I'm going to talk about some training initiatives regarding special marine planning activities in which I have participated, including the Regional Training Center South Cone of OTGA. Can I have the next slide, please? The first initiative is called Blue Planning in Practice. This is an initiative of Blue Solutions, and we have this Blue Capacity Hub where you can find all the course material. It is a participative course. A fictitious country is used in order to conduct many exercises from step 1 of marine special planning until the implementation of the plan. So it's a very comprehensive course, and all the material is there for free. Even though we do have trainers specialized in this. The next one. La próxima, por favor. Next slide, please. We had offered this course in more than 50 countries. Around 1,000 people have participated in this course since 2017 when it started until the end of 2019. They were in person, but as a result of the pandemic, we have transferred all these interactive participative courses. It's hands-on, but then we transfer it to the online mode. This has been a very important work. And when we started the online or hybrid, because some people did attend in person, and the trainers were there, and there were other online participants, we used a tool. It's a planning tool that is called C-Sketch. So we have had to change the course system in order to offer it online, but it has been possible, and it has given us the opportunity to go to other countries. And well, la siguiente, por favor. No.
Sí, los cursos de la Academia Global de los
The teachers of the Ocean Teacher Global Academy, which is of IOC UNESCO. And this is a platform that supports in-person courses, but we can also offer them online through this platform. And at the University Federal Santa Catarina in the south of Brazil, We've had a partnership with Universidad de la República Uruguay, and we have created a regional training center that is called CONOSUR. And then now we have courses on marine sciences. And we have another course, la siguiente, next one, please, which is Coastal and Marine Spatial Planning. Here we have the two flyers for 2021 and 2022. These are 6-week courses. So we have some hours that are for theory, other for exercises. So in the two courses, we have had around 50 participants from 20 different countries. We count on 14 trainers, volunteers. And something important about this course is that we offer the course in Portuguese and in Spanish. Even though the flyers are in English, the courses, I mean, we haven't had too many problems up to now. And I mean, many South American countries have participated, and this has attracted a lot of people. And the idea is for people to have a course in their language. So this has been very important. We have talked about the MSP challenge game. It's of UNESCO. And this works also with fictitious countries and territories. And there we share the experience about planning and working with other sectors. I have had the opportunity of working in Argentina and Brazil together with the colleagues from UNESCO. So this is a very important training. Next slide, please. La siguiente diapositiva, por favor. Based on our experience, we can say that these courses have been very successful because, as we have seen, there is a high demand for MSP and ocean management training worldwide. And if the courses have a participatory base and is practice-based learning, we have to think that this capacity building is for managers, so the way that in which we train, I mean, it could be like for college and even school people. And it's in several languages: English, Spanish, French, and Portuguese. So that's very good. So we have them in person, online, and hybrid. And if we can put together many countries, I mean, even Angola in Africa, they've participate. The course material, for example, the MSP challenge in Cienfuegos. Today, we have this in 2 different organizations. So you can get the material, the first course. It's free of charge. It can be used even though we have trainers. And we also have the other courses. It is important for organizations to count on the necessary funds for the courses. So sometimes it is an initiative of a group of organizations, and these partners can select the candidates or the participants to participate in the courses. And they are geared towards managers. And it is important for all these courses that I've mentioned have trained trainers in different languages and in different regions of the world. However, there are always problems. Next slide, please. Even though we have transferred everything for the online version, the in-person version is more exciting because visual contact is very important. Plus, we carry out many exercises, and this gets us closer, and this way we're more engaged. The online course is also very good, and the cost is obviously lower than in-person courses. We can see that the courses and the training is not enough. We need to implement marine spatial planning, and we need to have a political commitment, and we need to have partners or institutions that are strong to promote this. Even though we work with fictitious country, because this is a methodology that allows for us to consider the conflicts, the terms. So that's interesting. And we have realized that it is necessary to count on examples of local references in the training. And something that is very important, which is the follow-up. What has happened to participants? In some of the courses that we have planning practice, each participant comes up with a plan on how to implement all this information. So it is important to have a follow-up in order to improve the trainers. So this is what I wanted to share with you. Okay, muito obrigado. Thank you, merci, gracias. Thank you very much, Marinés, for such an excellent presentation on the capacities in the South Cone. And those who have developed this have had the implementation in the globe. So now we would like to give the floor to Paula Sierra from Invemar. So welcome, Paula. Well, good morning, good afternoon for some of you. I cannot turn on the camera for some reason. Can you please help me with that, activating the camera? Well, first and foremost, I want to thank each and every one of you for attending. We have more than 160 people in the list of participants, and I want to thank IOC, IOCaribe, for such a great opportunity to present what we are doing at the Regional Training Center for Spanish Speakers, which is a source of inspiration when it comes to capacity development, training, and knowledge on the oceans. I was asked to present about the regional center, but even though I do not have it in the slides, I want to take this opportunity to tell you what we've done in Colombia and to tell you that this year we are celebrating 25 years of having started integrated management for coastal areas, and the marine component was taken into account. And for Colombia, everything that has to do with marine spatial planning is part of this, is part of the environmental sector, but with the involvement of the rest of the sector. So it has been very interesting to include these tools. And 10 years ago, as Edgar said, we started the process with SPINCAM and with OIC, with Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, and we also developed these exercises in some real study cases and other fictitious study cases, which were of great help in this process. Next slide, please. Can you help me with the next slide? Thank you. Here, I would like to tell you about the relationship of INVEMAR in the region and the role it has played when it comes to the planning committee of the UN Decade of Ocean Sciences, which is a set of 17 successful training centers, which is part of the Global Training Academy. And I had the opportunity of participating in the global science report that allowed the analysis at the global level and at the level of Latin America. I'm going to share that document in the chat. And there you will find documents that not only have to do with marine spatial planning, but with other elements of the ocean, which are key here. This slide shows that support regarding the capacity development strategy for the Caribbean and for the global part and Southeast Pacific. There are different regional strategies, as is the case of Remarco, which has to do with ocean acidification, microplastic, plastic pollution, and other elements being dealt with in this network. The Caribbean Marine Atlas, which was part of the presentation of Carolina Garcia, and other initiatives that are related to Blue Carbon Initiative. This slide shows what we attained this year. We have trained 237 people.
237 people from 27 countries on 7 different courses, and one of them has to do with MSP. However, and in spite of the fact that these are thematic courses, we always incorporate the SIG component, that is to say, geographic GIS. And all these different layers that we have worked through the morning, working in relation to economic activities, conflicts around use, marine ecosystems that, as Patrick said in his presentation, are the natural bases that will allow us to the extent that they're healthy, that will allow us to carry on economic processes and activities, or developing what we have called the blue economy. So, showing here what Elva and Marines discussed, the challenges brought by the pandemic or the post-COVID-19, and where we have found that, well, naturally, talking about MSP, we should be meeting in person because we have different audiences, we have different stakeholders. If we really want to do MSP the way we should, we need the local communities that are not always connected to the internet. We need them there. We need all the different actors from the different economic sectors there. We need the academy. We need other decision makers also involved, even at a top level. And we just saw this recently in the celebration of the 25 years of MIX, how the different directors and the technical experts and the communities have different points of view, and that can really generate decision making. Colombia reached a 30 by 30 in protected areas this year, and now our challenge is how to make these protected areas be really well managed and be contributing also in the economic processes of the greater Caribbean and the Pacific. In all this, apart from having these hybrid courses or 100% online, was a big challenge. We were able to put virtual information, and it's available in the OTGA platform, whose link was already shared on the chat. But something else that we have noticed is that once we started to leave behind the lockdowns in the different countries, well, the dropout rate in courses started to go up. And if you look at this chart in 2021, dropout was 26%, 2022, 20%. And this is related to the fact that people are going back to their normal work in the actual territories, and they're interacting in international events and negotiations where the process has also been showcased, and we have started to realize that these in-person activities are necessary. Here, we can see the process between 2015 and 2022, and we're looking at the 50 courses that were developed. Initially, they were face-to-face. Now they're hybrid. We have reached 1,200 people in the Spanish-speaking area, including people that have participated from the other side of the continent, Latin America, but elsewhere too. I want to underline that between these years, 2015, 2022, Colombia has carried out MSP work on 7 strategic areas, including all these actors, regional and local, and 4 of them today cover the whole Colombian Pacific area, and they're covering that to 200 meters of depth, what we would call the exclusive economic zone and the territorial sea, and in the Caribbean with 4 exercises. San Andres, Providencia, and Santa Catalina, that we know it's a biosphere reserve from the very beginning, and from its very inception, it had a process of those different layers and actions in the oceans. And on the continental part, as we call it, around 50% of the continental Caribbean would be completely covered with MSP exercises. And I think that this is important to be included in the platform that Patrick was showing us recently and that Carolina showed. These topics that we covered, as I said, have to do with the needs of the region and with what has been manifested through the different regional and global strategies as opportunities for the people that are in each area. And of course, we see here marine special planning linked to a comprehensive management as a priority, blue carbon as a strategy for mitigation. And we've already witnessed this acceleration and what countries want to do in order to really have transformative actions regarding the climate that we're experiencing and regarding the 3 main problems that we have now: the loss of biodiversity, the impacts of climate change, and everything having to do really with the potential activities that could be in conflict. We still have a lot of challenges for 2023. We have to increase training opportunities. We have to reach out to more people in the region, all those that are connected to us here. If you know of opportunities to join the OTGA, to have courses together, to put the service of the region, the capabilities that you have, because train the trainers is very important. They have to be topics that we know about in the region. We just need to disseminate them better, and we have to continue increasing this cooperation, not only through formal and non-formal, it's also training in between universities and training centers, but also between the private enterprises and science and communicators and science. We need to have the media. We have to have those media experts that know how to convey scientific knowledge, making MSP something that can reach out to everyone. Next, well, this just to express my very special thanks so that you can access all this information about the OTGA and INVIMAR's webpage. And I'm leaving you my email if you need any additional contact with me. Thank you. Thank you very much, Paula. First of all, I want to apologize when I referred to the time that you've been involved in all this area. It made me think that it's actually 25 years since this discussion started on the integrated zoning of the Colombian coastal areas. And I looked in my library and I found the base document right here that was developed back at that time. And in the list, the coordinator, etc., what I wanted to underline is that there are two young professionals, Paula Cristina Sierra Correa and David Alonso Carvajal, that worked on this and helped us. And this brings me to, before we start the debate, this brings me to, since I'm the moderator, give the floor to a young professional, Milena Mantes Estufo, who helped us in this development of the programs for the decade, the call to action #2. She worked directly with Elva Escobar. So, Elva, with this new generation of young professionals working in the field of sea, please, let's hear your view. How do you see those developments? And if you have any questions for the panelists, so Milena, you're very welcome, and we will be following you. Thank you, Edgar. Thank you for your invitation. As a young professional, I think that our region can benefit from a joint effort to enhance capacity development. We cannot leave no one behind. Women and the young and those that have traditional knowledge must be involved in all the steps to improve MSP in the region. It is fundamental to invest on the development of ocean capabilities and guarantee access to oceanic knowledge for all. In Brazil, from Brazil, I can tell you that my country recognizes its importance, but does not have MSP plans in place. The government has been discussing around this topic for some time now, and the last National Plan on Oceanic Resources establishes that we have a lack of regulations, and this generates legal uncertainty. This may very well be the reality for many other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, which shows the importance of this effort for our region. I hope that the discussion among our panelists will continue after the forum, and I really thank you for sharing all this information and your experience with us today. I see that participants are all concerned and worried about having more cooperation in order to really enhance these planning programs. It's important to think about how things will be after 2030. Perhaps Mr. Martinez could make some comments regarding the needs for cooperation in the development of capacity building. Thank you. For the sake of time, since we're a little bit short of time, we would have preferred to have a dialogue with the audience, which we haven't had. However, I would like to take advantage of the presence of our panelists, in this case, the three panelists, for one final reflection based on what you brought and what you heard. And in these reflections, we could hear from Milena at the end. I would like to hear your reactions. Elva, please. Thank you, Edgar. From my point of view, change is necessary as to how we have been working with the different mechanisms of training and developing capabilities. I think that it is important that in the next 10 years, we should try to have more equity in the training efforts, but also to facilitate the possibility for each country, for each nation in the region to have their own experts and they being able to meet the needs of their own training needs and to tend to the needs of each nation. Each nation has its own vision and point of view of what it would like to do, but particularly generating data for marine spatial plans is fundamental. And this calls for knowledge on basic science with the best practices and databases, and to bear in mind that oceans are interconnected. Thank you.
Edgar, ¿soy yo?
Sí, te escucho.
Sí.
Yes, we can hear you.
Sí, yo creo que Eva ha dicho
I think
que es muy
that
importante, yo estoy de acuerdo
we have heard
que ese
that it is
desarrollamiento
very
de
important,
formación de
and I
capacidad en
agree
cada país sea
that
constante.
capacity development in each country must be given on an ongoing basis because people change and there are always new people coming to participate in the process. And for that, it is very important to have local capabilities, local capacities. Paula was referring also to training the trainers, which is something that we have to all think about having in our own countries. And even though each country has its own vision and its own way of doing things, or a different culture, or a different political system, this has to be reflected on the fact that the ocean is just one when thinking of MSP, and we have to have a good understanding on how to plan and how to use this in a sustainable, how to use the ocean in a sustainable manner. Thank you, Paula. Well, I totally agree with what this young professional told us. That's how I started, and that was really very interested for our professional life, my professional life. Well, I think that there's a very important topic. Common citizens must be involved. Citizen science, those people that live in our territories can help us with those data. On the other hand, there's also the traditional knowledge. In the case of Colombia, we still have many indigenous communities, African descendants, farmers that are part of the process. And I was fortunate enough last week to go to a region where we started the mix these 25 years, and to find that people had it in their heart and they have conveyed that to their children and to the younger generations. So we have to take advantage of that. We have to recover orality. In many of our regions, things are still oral. Conveying knowledge is done orally still. And since we have podcasts available today, that can be a good liaison between the new things that we have to do that we have today and what that oral knowledge has been traditionally. It has worked very well, and this could apply for the whole region. I'm talking about the exchange of experiences. We have done it between the Southeast Pacific countries and Caribbean countries, Central America, with specific groups, fishers and inhabitants of mangroves. And what we found is that they share many things in that common ocean that we share, but they have certain specificities that teach them a lot. So the fact that they talk among themselves, among the same types of communities, or among the same type of actors, even we have done this on a sectoral level, is like you have a language in common, and there's an opportunity there to do things together and to showcase things together. Regarding that network that Edgar was asking about in that poll, I think that that could be very interesting. So I would say it's those three elements involving the citizen science, that traditional knowledge, put it on the table, bring back orality vis-a-vis the new form of communication that we have now, even in the legacy from adults to children. Today, children turn it into a TikTok. So that could be wonderful. Well, and those exchanges of experiences between and among different countries in the region. Well, excellent It would be a great opportunity to continue talking to you, but we have to stop. I would like to share a reflection out of context when we say that this is a feminine panel, and we saw that in the initial challenge, we had 4 women in the initial session, 4 out of 5, and here 3 out of 3 women. As an organizer, I'll say that we didn't do it thinking of gender or gender balance. We just looked for the best people that were available for this forum. And I think that that's the true message, the relevance that researchers have and people working in matters of the sea do not call for a forced balance. It is based on the intelligence and capacity and effort of the ones chosen. Having said this, I'll close this panel. Elda Escobar, Maria Paula Sierra, Marinés, thank you very much. And hopefully we will continue counting on you in this effort of capacity building for all. Now, the next item in the agenda would be a dialogue with the audience, looking at and the responses to the questions. So what I would like to do now is, Alex, please, if we can show poll number 7, the last poll that we have, and the 2 additional questions that we had prepared for you. We see that the mechanism on the chat has not really worked very well. So I will check with the secretary to see how we can put back these questions on a form allowed by Zoom. We will be showing them again so that we can get input from you. We would really appreciate it if you send it to us, because actually the most important thing about this forum is the dialogue that we can have. We've had excellent presentations, yes, but we would like to hear the participants' view. Likewise, tomorrow we will be looking for a way to have a better participation. So the survey that we are asking you to consider is related directly to capacity building. If you would be interested in a specific training courses in what we call now tropical America and the Caribbean. If it's a yes or no, and if your answer is a yes, what would be your preferences? How would you like to have these training courses on marine spatial planning? So the poll is open. We'll give you an additional 30 seconds to answer. We close the poll. Alex, let's show the 2 questions, please. What we have called open-ended questions. So this would be the first question. Question number 3. What is the degree of science, policy, society interface in the MSP process that you're familiar with? Next one. And question number 4. That relates to what would be the ideal science, policy, society interface. What would be your vision? What would be your concerns or your hope for your own work? These 2 questions will remain open. We hope to get an answer. Now we have 7 minutes left for work. Would someone from the public have any particular questions for the panelists who are still here available for us? Elena, if you can monitor, or Alex, if you can monitor and check whether we have any questions. I think that I have a question. The courses that Paula mentioned, will they be given in 2023? Are there any courses for 2023? Yes. For 2023 in the region, we have planned courses of the Ocean Teacher Global Academy for the Greater Caribbean and for Spanish speakers in topics related with marine protected areas and marine spatial plans and comprehensive management of coastal areas, and also blue carbon and acidification of the oceans. And for the beginning of 2024, we would be going back, we would have the GIS, the marine GIS course applied to the marine topic, even though in the other courses we will be giving input regarding these topics. And I think that Elba is raising her hand, and Marines also can tell us about the courses that could be planned for that side of the Atlantic. I think that one of the needs in the region is data acquisition, adequate data acquisition for MSP management. I know that at some point consideration has been given, if not directly, in the courses of the Ocean Teacher Global Academy, other platforms also that are devoted to data enhancement. I think that we would have to cross these courses in the regions between themselves so that they allow for strengthening MSP, because in the end, data are data and they're required in many other, or for many other purposes, for different types of work, but especially for marine spatial plans, these databases and layers are required in order to have a better interpretation. I also want to bring up the point that we would have to cross together with the digital twins, because the digital twins anticipate the creation of a number of scenarios, and it's very similar to marine spatial plans, having a digital virtual space of what would be the ocean in a certain place. Right, agreed. Marines, please. Speaking of the courses that we would have in OTGA in 2023 and 2024, we will have courses on MSP, marine and coastal. One will be online, and we will try to have the other one face-to-face. We will also have a course on ocean atmosphere interaction. And for 2024, we're planning a course on the South Atlantic, including several topics and several areas of knowledge on the South Atlantic. I think it will be given at the beginning of 2024. This so far, and we're considering whether we can have more options. Well, with this, we will be closing our session. I want to thank you again for your participation, and we close the session for the day. In summary, we had, well, part of the opening, including the presentation of setting the scene and the roadmap by Michelle, then a complete session on the topics, on the regional topics, including the legal aspects that brought a debate around coordination, and this session on capacity building. So for tomorrow, as I said before, at the Secretariat, we will be working on showing the questions for the participants today. If you still want to contribute or give us your view regarding the questions that have been submitted for your consideration. At 9 o'clock this morning, we will be starting our session with two topics or sessions. One in relation to marine protection and restoration, and a second one looking at the future. Where are we going regarding the cooperation required by spatial management with the presence of different organizations in the region, and the Caribbean, and fisheries. And hopefully we will have a very good debate tomorrow. So I just want to thank you all. I want to thank all the participants for your disposition to hear about these topics. Our thanks to all the panelists for their excellent presentations, and to the Secretariat for the administrative work and the coordination, and to our team of interpreters. Thank you very much. We'll see you again tomorrow. Alex, we can close. Thank you all. We're leaving 3, 2, 1. Till tomorrow.
Colleague Tadzio Berwoods will conduct us this morning for the remaining sessions of this forum. Tadzio, over to you.
Thank you, Jean-Paul, and good morning all. My name is Tadzio Berwoods, and as Jean-Paul mentioned, I will be your moderator for this morning's session. Today, we will focus our discussions on marine resource protection and restoration within the context of MSP, and on the next steps towards building a regional network and platform for MSP practitioners in our region. Day one was quite a successful one with 182 participants, or 182 participants that I was able to see. We had presentations, very interesting presentations from experts in their field regarding marine spatial planning. I suggest we now briefly go through today's agenda. If you can get the agenda up on the screen, please.
Alex, coloca la agenda, por favor.
Great, thank you, Secretariat. We will start by me giving a very brief presentation on the key messages of the 5th International MSP Forum and the 3rd International Conference on Marine Spatial Planning regarding marine protection and restoration. We will then head into our thematic panel, where we will have a talk by Samir Rosado coming to us from Belize, and then a presentation from Ms. Alison Wiggins from the Coastal Zone Management Unit from Barbados. And then we will have an opportunity to engage in dialogue with the audience, followed by a 10-minute break. And then we will enter into our 4th session, which we will talk about the next steps towards building a regional network and platform for marine spatial planning practitioners. During this session, we will have presentations from Mr. Christopher Corbin from UNEP-CEP, from Zuleika Pinzon from CPPS, and from Jean-Paul, who we heard from a little bit earlier, and from Alejandro Acosta from GCF by Productive Oceans, followed by a 40-minute dialogue. We will then have our wrap-up and closing sessions, in which myself, yesterday's moderator, and Michelle will give a short wrap-up remarks, and then the closing remarks from Leo Brewster, the chair of IOC Caribe, the vice chair of IOC Caribe, and the head of the IOC Caribe Regional Office, Mr. Jean-Paul. Some brief housekeeping announcements. We ask that everyone keep their mics on mute, and we would like to reiterate that that your questions be entered into the Q&A section in Zoom to allow for the Secretariat to efficiently handle those questions. And also, if you would like to verbally ask a question at the end of the session or during the question and answer portion of the session, please raise your hand within the Zoom platform. Also, in an effort to allow for participants to answer the questions which were developed to help guide the regional MSP forum, we have sent questions via a Google form to all registered participants before this meeting, and we have also posted them in the chat of this forum, and we ask you to please enter them either during the break or immediately after this event. And please note that we will close those questions by the end of the day. Now, please allow me to give a recap on the key messages from the recently held 5th International MSP Forum and the 3rd International Conference on MSP held in November in Barcelona regarding the marine conservation and restoration thematic. Secretariat, are we able to please load that presentation? Thank you. Next slide, please. So during the session, some issues and challenges were identified, but also recommendations to help answer those issues and challenges were also identified. One of the issues were that MPA connectivity needs to be science-based, particularly at the ecosystem scale, and that connectivity is challenging in terms of identifying what needs to be connected, why and how. A recommendation to answer this issue or this challenge was that scientists need to be aware and consider the timeline of the MSP process and understand it as an opportunity for intervention. Another issue was that connectivity is not straightforward, and there was a question, or there are questions on how to most effectively capture it in the planning process, how to enable for connectivity, and that it is unlikely that marine spatial planning can be the only mechanism to enable marine protected area connectivity. A recommendation to answer that is that connectivity is about enabling ecosystem-based approaches, and transboundary marine spatial planning, working at the wider scale, enables better marine protected area designation and management opportunities. Another challenge was that disconnected marine spatial planning, marine protected area processes can lead to potentially conflicting uses at borders. For example, a marine protected area next to an oil platform. And the recommendations towards that effect shows that the experience that enabling successful ecological connectivity is dependent on successful political connectivity, and that we must ensure that ecological connectivity is agreed at the decision-making level. Next slide, please. Some other key messages coming out of those meetings was that there is a need to focus on the restoration of ecosystems in a holistic approach, that there needs to be a set guidelines for ecosystem restoration, that we need to address the drivers of biodiversity loss, that there needs to be enhanced collaboration between the private sector and NGOs, which would be required to achieve our conservation goals, and the need to combine sensitivity mapping with spatial designation. There's also a need for a strong framework connecting marine spatial planning and the marine protected area processes, and there is a need to establish a strong framework and policies for marine spatial planning beyond national jurisdiction. Now, without further ado, I'd like to invite our first presenter, Mr. Sammy Rosado, to give his talk. Mr. Sammy Rosado is the Marine Spatial Planning Process Lead at the Belize Coastal Zone Management Authority and Institute, with responsibility to guide and develop and implement the Belize Sustainable Ocean Plan. Mr. Rosado, welcome. We ask if you can please share your screen so that you are able to give your presentation. Mr. Sammy Rosado, do we have him joining us? Mr. Sammy Rosado. Let me check if he is.
Samir no se encuentra en la sala.
Okay, it appears as if Mr. Rosado.
Samir Rosado is not in the room.
Thank you. It appears as if Mr. Rosado is not able to join us yet. So then I suggest that we move on to our second speaker, Ms. Alison Wiggins. Do we have Ms. Wiggins in our meeting room?
Yes, I'm here, thanks.
Okay, great. Let me introduce you. Ms. Wiggins has been the Deputy Director, the Deputy Project Manager, if you will, for the Coastal Risk Assessment and Management Program for Barbados, and is presently working on a technical cooperation project, which is funded by the government of Japan and administered by the Inter-American Development Bank. She was the team leader for the finalization of the Barbados Integrated Coastal Zone Management Plan 2021-2031, which was approved by the government of Barbados at the end of 2021. Ms. Wiggins, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. First, let me thank the organizers for allowing me to do the presentation this morning. Let me also apologize for the quality of my voice. I have a flu. Hopefully, it's not COVID. Can you please start the presentation? Thank you. Now, in terms of our MSP, we're babies at this. Planning for our MSP commenced in July 2019 in terms of a debt conversion deal. And in that planning, we had all of our stakeholders from our NGOs, government organizations, our civil societies. They were involved through the whole 3-year process in terms of coming up with a debt conversion deal. It is made up of 3 elements: the establishment of a National Conservation Trust Fund, and as we call it now, the Barbados Environmental Sustainability Fund, that is dated July 2022. And we have an obligation to prepare marine spatial plan, not only for our territorial waters, but certainly out to the limits of our EEZ as well. And in that MSP, we are committed to allocation of 30% of our ocean space, which is presently under our jurisdiction, for conservation efforts, and also to contribute to the 30 by 30 global biodiversity goal. And we have to also to finalize a debt conversion arrangement. In September this year, we had a Debt Conversion Guaranteed Act, which was passed. We have a blue bond, and which was supported by our partners, the IDB for $100 million US, and the Nature Conservancy for $50 million US. The interest savings will be very significant over a 15-year period, with approximate funding flows of over $22 million to the Barbados Environmental Sustainability Fund, with the first payment due in March 2023, and also $15 million US to an endowment. So as you can see, these the update which I've given you is basically very new. So we are babies at this, but we intend to do a good job over the next 5 to 7 years. Next slide, please. Now, I don't know how many of you know, but Barbados is a very small place. We are only 432 square kilometers, but our EEZ is 400 times our land area at 185,000 square kilometers. So the MSP for us is geared to optimizing the sustainable use and effective management of this vast ocean space, while minimizing the conflicts among the sectors, our users, and our uses. So in terms of our MSP, we're committed to produce our the document, and it's supposed to be legally declared and gazetted in 5 years' time. And in 7.5 years' time as well, we're supposed to have our approved marine management plan for each protected zone in Barbados. And we also have to have the authorities and the management plans in place within 7.5 years. Next slide, please. So in terms of our marine protected areas, this started in 1981 with 2 areas. We have you can't see them very clearly, a blue on the western coast of the island, you see a blue area. And that first one is our Folkestone Marine Protected Area. And then the second one is a small area located to the southwest of Barbados in the capital city of Bridgetown. This is the Carlisle Bay Marine Park. And these 2 areas only contribute to less than 1% of the ocean space of Barbados. I can also tell you that, for example, the majority of the population of Barbados is located along that western and southwestern corridor. The majority, 70% of our population is located within 4 kilometers of our coast. So you can see that our population is quite dense along the western and the southwestern corridors of Barbados. So that has implications for uses, not only land uses, but uses in our nearshore area as well. Next slide, please. So I'm going to give you a look for our most preeminent marine protected area. This is on the western coast of Barbados, and this is where our tourism plant is really founded. We have a majority of our hotels, institution or roads, populations located in this corridor. And we have, for example, we have reefs in these areas. And this protected area was done to restore, for example, the water quality in the area, to protect our reefs as well. So for example, in this area, an artificial reef was sunk, and that was a ship, the Stavro Nikita. This protected area is about 2.1 kilometers in length, and the width is about 650 to 950 meters from the shore. So in this area, we have different zones. For example, we have the scientific area. If you can see it in a reddish brown color, zone 1. This is our scientific area, which was designated for marine research. And we know that our marine research area is a fundamental part of why we protect our areas as well. So in this area, we have a policy for no motor power craft unless permitted for research, and we have a speed limit of 5 knots. Then we have 2 zones for water sports. We recognize that water sports forms part of our tourism activities. So we have 2 northern and southern zones designated solely for water sports. So we do not have the conflict between persons swimming and bathing in the area with those jet skis, for example. And then we have a purple area, which is for recreational use, where we have swimming, snorkeling, and some fishing as well. So the marine protected areas are a primary tool for conserving marine ecosystems, and the design and management of these areas greatly affect their efficacy in terms of delivering the desired benefit. So for example, our research has shown that partial marine protection do not often offer you or yield the results that some people desire in terms of the ecological benefits. However, for example, in the Great Barrier Reef, they have recognized that fully protected areas, in contrast, have 30% more fish species and 2.5 times more fish biomass compared with those areas with little or no restrictions. The issue for us, therefore, is how do we balance our competing needs in Barbados, which is a tourism destination? How do we protect our reefs, our seagrass beds, for example, our shipwrecks, our mangroves, and other important habitats? I note, for example, in one of the comments that Tadja mentioned, is that the marine protected areas alone might not offer the desired results. For example, on our West Coast, we would have to have try to control our land-based sources of pollution as well, because of the high amount of development along our shoreline, for example. So marine protected areas for us might not be enough to offer, the benefits that we desire, particularly along our West Coast. So we must recognize that, for example, reef tourism can be one of the important components of marine protected areas as well. And our literature shows that reef tourism can contribute significantly to the economies, such as those in the Great Barrier Reef in Australia. But what about our resources for our marine protected areas? In countries such as Barbados and such as others in the Eastern Caribbean, in terms of the capacity to develop and manage those marine areas, we need not only in terms of our manpower, but certainly we need resources such as the legislation, such as political will. Those will add definitely to how beneficial our marine protected areas are. As I mentioned, we are new to this, but we endeavor to do our science because we know how important science and data is to our marine protected areas. But it's important that we embrace all of our stakeholders, our fisher folk, all the persons who have local knowledge as well, to impart on how we determine where our protected areas and the purpose of our marine protected areas around Barbados. As I mentioned before, that the process really starts in February next year, but we endeavor to ensure that we meet our obligation under a debt conversion deal to allocate an aspirational 30% of our ocean space for marine protected areas. I thank you, and I'm open to any questions which you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wiggins. Am I allowed to put my video on, please? In any case, I think I'm banned from showing my face during the presentation, but thank you very much, Ms. Wiggins. I'll ask participants, here we go. I'll ask participants, please, to hold your questions until at the end of the session and to enter your questions into the Q&A section on the Zoom platform or during the Q&A session, if you would like to ask your question, quote unquote, in person, to please raise your hand in the Zoom platform. Thank you very much again, Ms. Wiggins, for your interesting talk regarding what I consider a very well advanced MSP process at Barbados, especially considering the work which is being done in the Eastern Caribbean. I think at this point we do have Mr. Rosado in the waiting room. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm on. Morning, everybody.
Okay, good morning, sir. So we'd like to ask Mr. Samir Rosado to give his talk. Mr. Rosado is the Marine Spatial Planning Process Lead at the Belize Coastal Zone Management Authority and Institute, with responsibility to guide the development and implementation of the Belize Sustainable Ocean Plan. Mr. Rosado, are you able to share your screen so that you can give your presentation?
Yocari está compartiendo pantalla. Tenemos su presentación. Por favor, nos indica cuándo desea pasar de una diapositiva a otra.
Yes, I see we have your presentation.
Okay, yes, the presentation is on the screen. Please let us know so we can switch to the next slide.
Okay, great. Your presentation is on the screen. We were able to identify and solve some of the technical issues that we had. So please, Mr. Rosado, floor is yours.
All right. Thank you very much for the invitation to give this presentation this morning. Very happy to do so. So what I'll be doing is to go through the MSP process that we use for integrated coastal zone management in Belize, and as well preempt the use of MSP for biodiversity protection through the development of the Belize Sustainable Ocean Plan. So in terms of who we are, the Belize Coastal Zone Management Authority and Institute is a statutory body responsible for managing coastal resources in Belize. In managing coastal resources, we're responsible for ensuring that it is sustainable over time. And in order to do so, we actually focus on protecting the resource base, which are those sensitive habitats that provide ecosystem services that we benefit from. So in terms of our institutional vision statement, we strive to be the global center of excellence in sustainable coastal zone management. And our mission statement is to lead the sustainable use and planned development of Belize's coastal zone. Next slide, please. So when we began the process of formulating our MSP, we had a vision for our institution and what we stood for, but as well, we needed to find out what the stakeholders wanted to see for their coast and for their areas. And so we went around and we asked all the different stakeholders just that. And the statement at the bottom is a summary of all the ideas and that came out from those conversations. And using those ideas, we formulated the vision for our coast as Belizeans. And so that vision is a sustainable future where healthy ecosystems support and are supported by thriving local communities and a vibrant economy. So essentially, our stakeholders wanted to continue benefiting from the ecosystem services that are provided by the coastal areas, but at the same time, they wanted to ensure that they are not causing any harm or depleting that resource or that resource base. So really, the vision that was developed by our stakeholders directly mirrors what we stand for as an institution. Next slide, please. So in Belize, we mainly, when it comes to the use of coastal resources, most of our activities happens within the coastal zone itself, that area immediately in front of our coastline. So in Belize, we defined our coastal zone as the area from the mean high water mark to the extent of the territorial seas. And so, like many other developing countries, most of our activities take place within that area. So as you can see, we have fishing, we have marine transportation, we have diving, related to tourism, you have tourism development. So you have all of these singular activities that take place within the same space. And so you will have the problem, or we have had the problem, where there has been competition for space within the same area. Next slide, please. And so in order to deal with that, we decided that we needed to implement integrated coastal zone management in Belize, where we get all the people that are responsible for the management of these different areas, as well as all the stakeholders who are involved in the day-to-day use, and bring them together and figure out a way in which we could manage the coastal zone and the coastal resources effectively. Next slide, please. So, and in Belize, the way we try to funnel the ICZM in Belize is through the creation of the Belize Integrated Coastal Zone Management Plan, which is supposed to be that vehicle for driving ICZM forward in Belize. Next slide, please. So in terms of the process that we utilize, it is possible to do ICZM outside of MSP. However, we wanted to take an ecosystem-based approach to ICZM. And so we decided to utilize the MSP, to also utilize that MSP approach. And so like any generic MSP process, it starts, of course, with us identifying or designating our authority, which is the Coastal Zone Management Authority and Institute. We obtain financial support for the beginnings of the process, and then we organize stakeholder participation. After that, we then went into organizing and pre-planning. So getting all our ducks in a row for how we will approach the various aspects of developing this plan. We then define and analyze current use of the coastal zone and coastal resources. After we establish that, we define and analyze future conditions. And then following that, we use that information to then chart a way forward, and then prepared an ICZM plan and then got it approved. Next slide, please. So honing in on these specific steps, when we create, so in creating the existing, or in trying to establish what our existing uses were, first of all, we of course started out with existing information. So we made use of all existing plans, strategies, acts, anything that had defined space within it, we extracted from those. Next, we then assessed, after we created this baseline, we took all of the spatial information and represented it on maps. We then assessed if there were spatial conflicts or complements that existed. Could you press the forward one time? And so to facilitate this, what we did, we divided the coastal zone into 9 planning regions. And for each of those planning regions, we established what we called coastal advisory committees. And so these were multi-sectoral stakeholder groups that really came together and did planning for each region. And so we didn't want, and from the beginning, we really didn't want to have a plan that we created centralized within the coastal zone and then go out to the communities. Instead, we wanted to take that bottom-up approach and build upon regional and local level efforts, and then scale it up to national. So We consulted with stakeholders from all of these planning regions and got the information, which essentially was consensus on how we use the coastal zone and what the issues were and what the management gaps are. And then we scaled it up to national level. Could you press it forward one more time? Yes, so back one, please. Yeah, so after we did so to assess this spatial conflict and those complements, we had to work along with those stakeholders from those various planning regions. And so we did extensive engagement with them, and the end result of that first round of engagement was the map of existing human use. So using both the baseline that we have from these various documents and the local knowledge through these stakeholder engagement groups, we then created a map of the existing human use. Next slide. So after we established the existing use, we then worked along with stakeholders again to figure out what, or to analyze what future conditions might be. So in order to do so, we utilized a scenario approach. So we worked along with the stakeholders and asked them, okay, imagine if in the future there was a government or management structure that was that prioritized conservation. How would the different use zones change? How would your access to these use zones evolve over time, given that scenario of a conservation-minded government or management regime? Then we said, okay, so since we know what that looks like, imagine on the opposite end that you had one management regime or a government that comes in that is solely pro-development, that prioritize development only. How would your use zones look? What would your use zones look like given that scenario? And then after having those two extremes, we then asked them to say, okay, you take some of the ideals from your conservation, some from your development, and what would that sort of compromise between the two scenarios look like? And so they developed what we call the informed management scenario, which is actually that scenario which we put forward as the best way forward for Belize. But we didn't just ask them to create these scenarios and not understand, the implications of them. So in order for them to fully grasp the repercussions of the different scenarios, we made use of a decision support tool. It's a GIS based ecosystem service valuation tool that's called Marine Invest. And so with Marine Invest, we were able to put a value to, and we could put a value to the ecosystem service loss that resulted as a result of the various scenarios. So we were able to actually see and utilize those values in order for our stakeholders to reach consensus. So based on what the outputs from the models were, you had stakeholders be willing to actually adjust their zones to get a better result. So it was a very useful tool in allowing us to engage with stakeholders to actually take this out of the realm of just theoretical and to actually have some numbers or some values that they can work with to get a sense of where they're going. And additionally, having that value allows us to engage with stakeholders across different levels, because if your value is in money, money is a universal language, so you can go to a fisherman and speak about $10, and you can go to a government official and you can speak about $10, and everybody knows what we're speaking about. So it's sort of, it very much leveled our playing field. Next slide, please. So at the end of that consultative engagement, future analysis, we came up with 8 human use zones. But additionally, there are other zones that were created or other maps of different more cultural and social things. So things like archaeological sites or cultural sites that are very important. Those were also represented spatially and included within the analysis of these different activities. But in terms of human use zones, we developed one for coastal development, for conservation, fishing, marine recreation or tourism, marine transportation, for dredging, for agricultural runoff, and for aquaculture. Next slide, please. And so at the end of the day, what we produced within the ICZM plan is a volume 1 and a volume 2. And the volume 1 really speaks to issues for national action. So it looks at the bigger picture. And like I said, we utilize the bottom-up approach. So when it comes to required management interventions, those were really highlighted based on conversations we had at the regional level. So we had 9 planning regions. If 6 of 9 identified erosion as a major issue, then 6 of 9 is majority. So it's something that was addressed in this larger national plan. For those issues that were more regional, then we also had a volume 2, which is a set of 9 coastal zone management guidelines, one for each of those coastal planning regions, which gives area-specific guidance as to how you should utilize the coastal zone for various usage, and as well highlights all of those issues for action within the region, who should identifies who should do it, what should be done, and what legislation supports the agency to fill that management gap. Next slide, please. And so we went through the entire process and we got the plan approved in 2016. And so built into our mandate is there's a mandatory review period of 4 years. So every 4 years, we're supposed to review and revise this document. And so it went through the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation phase for 4 years. And revision was supposed to be in 2020. But as you all might recognize 2020 as one of the as a very notable year, we had to push back revision and we decided that we would start in 2021. However, we had another big change which sort of shifted us away from that timeline. Could you, next slide, please? And that huge change was related or is related to the development of the Belize Sustainable Ocean Plan. So for this Belize Sustainable Ocean Plan, could you skip one ahead, please? Yes, so for this Sustainable Ocean Plan, Belize signed a blue loan agreement and a conservation loan agreement with the TNC and the Belize and the Blue Belize Company Limited for a debt to conservation swap. Locally, we call it the Blue Bond Agreement. But essentially what we agreed to do is in exchange for the servicing of some national debt, Belize has committed to about 8 conservation targets. And one of those targets, of course, is the development of the Belize Sustainable Ocean Plan. But the other also is related to the revision on reinforcement, I should say, of the Belize ICZM plan. So it is looking to strengthen the legislation that supports the Belize ICZM plan. So our Coastal Zone Management Act will be revised and made more legally enforceable. And then, of course, we then have to revise the ICZM plan to reflect those changes in our legislation. But when it comes to the Belize Sustainable Ocean Plan, that marine spatial plan will be focused on strengthening our biodiversity protections within all of Belize's oceans. Next slide, please. Yes. So in terms of the Belize Sustainable Ocean Plan, the plan is expected to expand the percentage of biodiversity protection zones from 15.9% at the time of signing to up to 30% of Belize's ocean space, or the percentage stated in MSP, whichever is lower. And of that 30%, 15% is supposed to be high protection biodiversity and 15% will be medium. It must also denote in reasonable detail all the permissible activities that may lawfully be carried out in any part of our ocean. It must make provisions for gazetting and of all the zones that are created, and they need to be submitted to international authorities. It must contain an implementation plan, and it must be legally enforceable and implemented. Next slide, please. So really what the difference is between the two plans, the ICZM plan and the Belize Sustainable Ocean Plan, is that the ICZM plan focused on existing sectors, existing usages. It prioritized safeguarding delivery of ecosystem services. As I mentioned, it utilized the ecosystem-based approach. And then, of course, the scope is within the definition of what we consider the coastal zone, which is to the extent of the territorial sea. So it doesn't extend into our EEZ. However, the Belize Sustainable Ocean Plan will focus on existing and emerging usages. So it will take that step forward as to try to preempt the potential for emerging usages. And through that, we then start, or we will reinforce our blue economy development for Belize. So blue economy development will feed prominently into this process of developing this marine spatial plan. Next, it will prioritize the strengthening of those biodiversity protections. So we already have an existing marine protected area system that covers, it's currently at about 20.5% of our oceans already under protection. And so the idea is to expand that network to up to 30%, which would again, will improve connectivity between the areas and as well safeguard that resource base that is integral to a lot of the existing usages that occurs within the coastal zone already. And it will also allow us to, just generally protect our biodiversity to ensure that it is sustainable over time. And the scope of this plan then will include the internal and marine waters. It will include territorial seas, but it will also include the exclusive economic zone. Next slide, please. So as you know, with any MSP process, it is very participatory and inclusive. And so we had to ensure that while we're creating this, this MSP, that we are always cognizant of the fact that there needs to be various streams of input from various types of stakeholders. And so in order to guide that, we created this governance structure. So the process, and to backtrack a little bit, the creation of the Belize Sustainable Ocean Plan has been initiated. However, we're wrapping up pre-planning and we're going to start active data collection and actual development of the plan starting January 2023. So we're really just figuring out everything else in the background currently. But in terms of this governance structure that was created, of course, at the top, you have executive management. On behalf of the government of Belize, the CZMEI has been designated as lead agency. But we also have an executive committee which sits in the office of the Prime Minister, which indicates the level of priority the development of this plan has. And within that executive committee, you have the various CEOs from all the relevant ministries, as well as the Attorney General's ministry and the Financial Secretary. So we're ensuring that all the relevant ministries are represented, and as well as the legislation, and as well as the finance. So that's a very important committee who is, they're responsible for ultimate sign off on anything that is produced throughout the process. We then have a development level right underneath for decision making, which is comprised of a core team, which is a mixture of the coastal zone, the Nature Conservancy, Fisheries Department, the Ministry of Blue Economy, and the Blue Bonds, the newly formed Blue Bonds and Finance Permanence Unit. So that core team really is responsible for developing the MSP on a day-to-day basis. We also have a steering committee made up of all the relevant public and private partners and stakeholders that should feed into this process. And it's, I'm very sorry, I want to wrap up, so I'll just have you read who all is included, but it's a very wide array of stakeholders. Then we also, like I said, we need to include stakeholders on every level. So we have two input mechanisms for that. First is a public input mechanism through which we will conduct stakeholder engagement by various methods. So we're going to use community meetings, consultations, focus groups, forums, open houses, and websites. And that's, you name it, we're going to use it. And so we've already begun to do engagement with our stakeholders, to just spread the word about the plan it's coming, how what it aims to do, things like that. On the opposite side, we also have this technical advisory group, which is comprised of 7 technical working groups, which represent those various sectors that are listed: energy, finance, fisheries, coastal development, coastal ecosystems, maritime administration, and tourism. So the idea is that there will be a two-way flow of information at all levels, but we will ensure that there is that flow of information. It is priority for that, for this framework to be active. And so, because of course, as you know, it is definitely necessary for us to include local knowledge and technical guidance. Next slide, please. I think that's the end. So yes, so thank you all very much for listening. And I may not be able to stay around for questions, but I could, if you could please just make my email available, I will gladly respond to all of your emails.
Very many thanks, Samir. Am I allowed to share my video, please? Very many thanks. And yes, we realize that you have a commitment coming up. So we will ensure that the 4 questions that we have in our question and answer session, that we provide your contact information so that the participants are able to contact you directly. But thank you very much for your talk. And it's very interesting how Belize is using marine spatial planning to ensure that ecosystem-based management is taken into account. As I mentioned, we do have a couple of questions in the Q&A. Again, to reiterate to participants, if you have questions to Alison or to Samir, although Samir would prefer those via email, to put them in the Q&A section of the Zoom platform. So first question from Marco Tosic, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, to Alison. Alison, how did Barbados consider coastal zone discharges of wastewater or runoff in the spatial planning of the Folkestone Marine Park? Alison?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
At that time, I don't think that was one of the major considerations in 1981 for the development of the marine park at all. I think for us, we only really started to think about point sources of pollution probably from the 90s. Because we know that water quality affects the reef. However, now in terms of development planning, we have asked developers to reduce their point sources of pollution in developments. They're not supposed to discharge any runoff, any pool water, anything onto the near shore or the coastal and marine environment. So this has taken a lot of runoff and wastewater from going into the marine environment over the course of the year. So that has worked for us a lot, but we still have certainly a long way to go in terms of managing our wastewater and our runoff along the entire coast of Barbados. Certainly not only for Folkestone, but the entire coast of Barbados.
Excellent, thank you. Another question from Jose Ramon Delgado. How do you enforce use of different zones in the Barbados Marine Reserve, and is it effective?
Well, certainly we have at the Marine Reserve, we have rangers who do their patrols and whatnot. I think in terms of our resources, we have limited resources. And as I mentioned in the presentation, that is one of the things that must be done in terms of enforcement, to have the appropriate resources assigned to the enforcement in our marine reserves. The other issue now is that we are proposing to extend both the Folkestone Marine Reserve and the Carlisle Bay, which is in Bridgetown. We are proposing to do that. We have the legislation drafted, and we are setting a separate unit now, which we hope will have all the appropriate resources to do the enforcement and the management of the marine reserves. So I must mention that it's important when we are having the marine reserves and our conservation zones, that we have the appropriate resources to manage and enforce. And hopefully with the passage of the act to extend those zones, that we will have the resources assigned to them for management and enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to reiterate that participants are also invited to ask questions. But if you would like to ask a question, please raise your hand so that we're able to identify who you are and give you the floor for you to ask your question. We have another question from Sandra Grant. Thanks, Alison, for that presentation. In determining the zones of the Folkestone Marine Park, was it based on science, i.e., were the zones based on the status of the marine ecosystem?
Of course, they were based on science and as well as based on stakeholder knowledge as well. As I mentioned that we shrunk a ship to create artificial reefs, we recognized that the reefs were in poor state. And in order for us to bring fishing life and back to the area, we sunk this boat. But we must also remember that for this to be sustainable, what we also did was like charge an entry fee and stuff to be plowed back into the marine reserve as well. So it was based on science, but it's also based on the activities within the area. We wanted to stop and curtail the conflict of interest in terms of the marine sporting activities, as well as persons that swimming and snorkeling within the area. So it was based on science, but to allocate adequate space for not only the users, but also the uses as well.
Thank you so much. And then there's a general question from Mohammed Humran, their manager of event and artist. Could you send me a video of the lectures? I can guarantee you that there will be various products coming out of this forum, and we will ensure that all of those products are disseminated to the participants in due time. Are there any other questions or comments for Alison? As Samir mentioned, he had a prior engagement, so he has had to leave earlier. So we will ensure that those questions get to him via email. But if there are any other questions for Alison or general questions. Okay, if there are no, one did come in.
Tenemos una pregunta de los espectadores.
We have a question from the audience.
Any other question from the audience?
Yes. Hello. Yes, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead, identify yourself and ask your question.
Yes, my name is Mohammed Humran. I am PhD student. I am interested in Yemen maritime strategy and how we use MSP to build our strategy. My question, first, thank you very much for the presentation. And my question from the first point to start, which one? Because there are many goals for strategy. We should focus for fishing or security or military or climate change or transport maritime. Because I have been working nowadays on my projects, but there is some vague from where, what is the first priority for the country to start to conduct MSP? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your question. So if we understand correctly, what would be the first steps towards implementing MSP for a country that is just in the process of initiating that? Any of the panelists would like to answer that question? Perhaps Alison can give a quick background on how that process was initiated for Barbados.
I'd like to say that, as I mentioned earlier, that we had a debt conversion deal, and that started our process, and one of the outputs is supposed to be our MSP. But the issue is that when we finalize our boundaries, we wanted to make sure that we made the best sustainable use of our ocean space. We have a vast amount of ocean space, but we have a small amount of land space. And with such a dense population and with you know, trying to extend our economics, our economy, so that it is not only based on tourism, that we wanted to find a way that we can use our own ocean space to extend our economy. So we started for debt conversion and as well to extend the amount of the economic base of our country. But the first thing which we envision that we will do over the next course of the next few months is to start to look at our data. We've already started to look at what we have at the Coastal Zone Management Unit. We have a large amount of data which we've collected over the last 30, 40 years. And we want to see what data we have and then how do we fill those gaps. So that's the first priority for us to do that. We also have to make sure that we have a team in place to start the process. So we're in the process of that. And then we are also, up to last week, we started with our project steering committee. These are the persons that will guide the whole process for the development of the MSP. So we are already going to cabinet and we have our committee in place. And they will work along with you know, the executive section of the governance structure, as well as the project team and our partners, in order to direct the MSP. So it all depends on you as a country to determine what you have in place already, because sometimes you don't have to start from the beginning. What you have in place already, and then what are your priorities? Our priorities to make sure that we extend the base of our economy, and as well to make sustainable use. And governing all this is our commitment to our 30-30 commitment as well.
Thank you so much, Alison, for your answer. Any other questions, both in person or, well, in person virtually, or through the Q&A? I see that there are some questions still that are directed towards Samir. Unfortunately, Samir had a prior engagement that he had to leave for, so we will ensure that Samir will get those questions that are Belize focused, that he will get them in due course. So are there any other questions? Also to remind everyone that the open-ended questions related to the MSP forum have been sent to you prior to this meeting and have also been included in the chat. So please, before either during the break, I think we will break slightly earlier than is listed in the agenda, but also after the meeting, if you can take your time and answer those questions, it would be very much appreciated. Any other questions? If there are no further questions, then I propose that we head into our break. We are scheduled to rejoin the session at 10:20 Jamaica/Cartagena time. So we will see you in about 19 minutes. Thank you so much for your participation this morning. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for being here once again. In this final thematic session, we will have presentations regarding the next steps towards building a regional network and platform for marine spatial planning practitioners. We hope you were able to answer the questions which were sent to you and which were placed in the chat during our extended break. Always nice to have a longer break than anticipated. But if not, you have until the end of the day to answer those questions, which can help guide the development of the regional forum for MSP in Latin America and the Caribbean. Also, please remember to enter your questions in the Q&A section within the Zoom platform, or raise your hand if you would like to ask the question live. We will start the presentations for session 4 with Mr. Christopher Corbin. Christopher Corbin is the coordinator of the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, Cartagena Convention Secretariat based in Kingston, Jamaica. He assumed these duties only recently, as of September 1st. However, Chris has been with UNEP since September 2004 in the capacity of Program Manager for the Secretariat's Assessment and Management of Environmental Pollution sub-program. And since 2015, he has also managed the Secretariat's Communication, Education, Training, and Awareness sub-program. Without any further ado, Mr. Corbin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tazio. Good morning, good afternoon. Now that looks very strange because I'm not supposed to be just a pollution background, but my apologies, colleagues. This is a recent laptop that I have just received. The mic seems to be working well. Thank you, the organizers, for having up the first slide. Maybe I'll try to send a picture of myself afterwards, because all I'm seeing where I'm supposed to be is a little computer emblem. So my humblest apologies for persons who are not seeing me face to face. But I think it's more important in this case for you to hear the presentation and to see the presentation. Let me begin really by thanking the organizers for affording the Cartagena Convention Secretariat an opportunity to share a little bit on our experiences and how we see ourselves as continuing to support marine spatial planning, both at the country level, but at the broader regional level within Latin America and the Caribbean. And I wanted to start off with a little bit of an overview in terms of who we are and where we came from. And we are one of the family of regional seas throughout the globe. Some are managed through UNEP, the United Nations Environment Program. And we were established and based here in Kingston, Jamaica since 1981 to support countries within the wider Caribbean region to protect and sustainably use the coastal and marine resources of the Caribbean Sea. Next slide, please. The outline of the presentation is for those who do a lot of environmental monitoring, would take actually the driver pressure state impacts and response orientation. But what I would like to do during this presentation is to focus on some of the recent work that we've done, particularly in looking at the state of coastal and marine environment and close coastal and marine resources, some of the negative impacts that we are seeing, and I think most importantly, how we as a region are responding to these challenges, And marine spatial planning and the use of tools like marine spatial planning are really going to be critical if we are going to address some of these drivers and pressures that we have at a regional level and at a national level. Next slide, please. The first reference we'd like to bring to the attention of all of the participants is some work we recently did to do a detailed assessment on the state of marine pollution within the wider Caribbean region. And this was the first time that efforts were being made, not just to document the status of pollution based on models or based on estimates, but actually based on data coming from country level. Many of you would be aware that water quality is in fact quite challenging in terms of the sensitivity of that data. But it's really critical that we start to share some of these results so that we can identify what types of interventions are needed in terms of land use, in terms of spatial planning. Some of the key findings, the situation is not a good one. I don't think many of you would be surprised to hear that. A number of indicators that were monitored at country level showed a high proportion of sites with poor water quality. We noticed that the pollution indicators in particular was much higher during the wet season. Again, no surprise in terms of the increased runoff that we are seeing, both from the islands, but also in terms of coastal continental countries. Of significant concern would have been the high levels of microbiological contamination, particularly fecal contamination, as expressed by the two indicator bacteria that would looked at. And I would dare say almost every country that was assessed within the wider Caribbean region had these hotspots of contamination. And in some cases, those hotspots being associated with direct discharges from rivers and from coastal sewage wastewater treatment systems. In fact, wastewater continues to be one of the major challenges that we face as a region in terms of both the volume of wastewater that ends up in our environment, as well as the amount of wastewater that's entering the environment untreated. So as we think of marine spatial planning and as we think of planning and land use generally, a critical look has to be taken in terms of those coastal and marine systems that are being established and the types of monitoring and standards that we have in place. Next slide, please. And then I would say we have what is now probably one of the most topical issues in terms of addressing the whole issue of plastic waste. As many of the colleagues are aware, there continues to be a significant amount of solid waste ended up in the marine environment. This has issues related to where do we locate our sanitary landfills, what sort of measures do we have in place to reduce plastic pollution. And this is an issue, of course, that I wouldn't go into in detail. We've just had the first meeting looking at development of a global agreement on plastics, but certainly a lot can be done at the individual country level in terms of reduction of pollution, in terms of taking a more circular economy approach, in terms of phasing out the use of single-use plastics, and working with other countries as far as some transboundary cooperation. One of the issues that perhaps does not get as much attention is the issue of mercury. And we have some excellent work being done by our regional activity centers of the Basel Convention. We have the one for the Caribbean, which is based in Trinidad and Tobago. We also have one in El Salvador, one in South America. And how do we as a region also look at the reducing the impacts of mercury on the coastal and marine environment? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The other aspect which links very much in terms of we looked at one of the major pressures as far as pollution, but we also have to look at how is pollution and other unsustainable practices affecting our coastal and marine biodiversity. We've seen the importance of our coastal and marine ecosystems, whether or not it be coral reefs, mangroves, and seagrass beds, the importance of those ecosystems to sustainable development within the Latin America and Caribbean region, especially for coastal communities. But we've also seen very well documented the degradation and decline in those systems, and hence the services that they provide, whether it be to fisheries or to tourism in general. These systems are also critical for protecting vulnerable coastlines, reducing erosion, trapping sediments, and we've also seen the linkages as far as climate change and being a carbon sink. The issue of, again, planning and land use and marine spatial planning now has to really recognize the significant value that these coastal and marine habitats have. And again, while some work can be done at a national level, there's also a significant opportunity for regional cooperation, utilizing the regional mechanisms that exist. So not just the Cartagena Convention and its protocols, but a number of the other intergovernmental bodies, a number of the other UN agencies that are working both at the global level and the regional level to address this as an issue. Next slide, please. This is I thought I would put this slide in because there was a certain consistency when we went a little deeper into what were the causes of pollution, what were the causes of habitat degradation, what were the challenges that governments within the region are facing, and how could marine spatial planning and other planning tools help to support the response by governments. Inadequate management systems was a consistent message. The issue of pollution was not being considered as part of development planning. We were not taking a life cycle approach. It was very much end of pipe treatment. And we were not presenting circular economy, waste as a resource, as an opportunity where we could address pollution more upstream. The absence of data and information, despite the fact that there's been a lot of work done in terms of monitoring, particularly of coastal and marine ecosystems, the integrated information base that linked environmental data, social data, and economic data was lacking. We weren't seeing enough of analysis that would stimulate private sector investment. A lot of that is now being done in the context of promoting investments in blue economy. And for some of the environmental policy decisions that were taken in terms of land use, what were the impacts on coastal and marine biodiversity? And some of those linkages were not evident in many of the countries. And then the need to consistently adapt and improve the enabling environment, the policies, the legislation, the enforcement, continue to form a basis for improving awareness and attitudes and behavior. And how do we go about now raising this at the highest political level? Next slide, please. I threw this slide in, compliments of the World Resources Institute. I'm not going to go into the details, but it really brought home to me why we in Latin America and the Caribbean, particularly those countries that border the Caribbean Sea, why marine spatial planning and integrated coastal zone management and addressing land-based issues, whether or not be sources of pollution or activities, is so critical, because of the heavy dependence that we have on our coastal and marine space and the numbers of people who directly depend on that space and the contribution of our coastal and marine resources to global biodiversity. So as much as we are in some cases small compared to a number of other regions, we have a critical role to play in conserving and protecting our valuable coastal and marine assets. Next slide, please. We are talking a lot about the new economic opportunities for use of ocean space. We've heard that there's an opportunity to continue to build on ocean economies, blue economies, expand tourism, expand fishing, possibly consider increased mariculture and aquaculture. and all of these activities are functioning in that territorial water, that small coastal zone that is becoming the focus of significant investment and activities. Tools like marine spatial planning now offer a way of ensuring that that investment is ordered, but we also have to consider that the impacts are potentially can be transboundary in nature. And again, the importance then of regional cooperation and regional marine spatial planning. I noticed yesterday there was a presentation by the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States on their work. This is something that we would encourage that needs to take place at the broader regional level. Next slide, please. What is missing? And this again goes back to an earlier slide where we mentioned that there were certain key things despite our work that needed to focus on if we were really going to make the use of spatial planning tools and other tools a reality. We need to start talking finance and economics. Yes, it's about environmental protection, but now it's about livelihoods. It's about generating that sustainable job opportunities. We have to look for more ways of communicating the science in a way that makes sense to our decision makers and to be able to develop decision support tools. Marine spatial planning offers that opportunity by actually showing how these various sectors interact. So we need more integrated approaches to how we manage our coastal and marine ecosystems. We need to look more at the nature-based solutions rather than the end-of-pipe treatment, find ways of engaging private sector, and also looking at more transboundary approaches. So the systems that we've spoken about, including marine spatial planning, have to work together. Circular economy, sustainable agriculture, finance, they're all part of an integrated response, which we think is extremely critical if we were to address our challenges that we face as a region. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, just a few parting thoughts. We have a number of regional agreements, including our own, a number of commitments that we make. I would say that we need to continue to make those, but more importantly, to implement them. We have a number of regional frameworks that have been developed and sub-regional frameworks. These again are important mechanisms that we have to build on. And we need to do a lot better in terms of the harmonized approach to monitoring. We need to build our capacity. We can have marine spatial plans, but to substantiate and support those plans, we need data. We need the data and information so we can identify where are the risks, what are the sources, what are the impacts, and what are the most effective solutions that we need to put in place. Next slide, please. Some of the other parting thoughts. This has to be done at the national level. We need to strengthen our national institutional structures. We have several best practices and experiences from throughout Latin America and the Caribbean that we need to showcase, that we need to share, that we need to learn from each other, and that we need to make a concerted and integrated effort that we all are going to work together as a region. The work that's being done by UNESCO through the whole focus on the decade, I think is critical. And again, it's really about bringing together all the partners at global, regional, and national level to address some of the challenges that we face. Next slide, please. And it's probably the final slide. So again, thank you. I think I might have gone a minute or two over, but again, I hope this has been useful. I noticed a request for a few of the reports that I made mention to. So as I try to respond, I'll also make sure to share those links so that they can be made available. And again, apologies for my camera, a very interesting image, but is supposed to link with some of the pollution challenges that we face. But thank you, moderator, thanks participants, and back over to you.
Thank you so much, Chris, for that very interesting presentation. Again, to our participants, you can direct your questions to Chris using the Q&A platform, or if you would like to ask your question live, you can do so through raising your hand during the particular agenda section that we have identified for you to use as a Q&A session. Our next presenter is Zulaika Pinzon from the Comisión Permanente para el Pacífico Sur. Zuleika, the floor is yours.
Buenos días, buenas tardes. Muchas gracias, Tazio, y muchas
Good
gracias.
morning, good afternoon. Thank you, Tazio. Thank you, Edgar. And thank you, IOC UNESCO, for this invitation to participate in this panel. I'm going to present on the experience and on the future of MSP in the region of Southeast Pacific. May I have the next slide, please? Very briefly, just to present the context on this, it's an organization that has had its 70th anniversary. It was established in 1952. The mission was updated. We have a strategic alliance to guarantee the ocean, the health of the ocean. See the following slide. CPPS is the executive secretariat of the action plan for the protection of marine and coastal areas of the Southeast Pacific. It includes 5 countries, and it also includes Panama that joined this action plan within the framework of the Lima Convention. Very similar to the program just presented by Christopher Corbin about the Caribbean. This plan was established under the program of the Plan of Regional Programs, and it's managed by the Secretariat, and the objective is to contribute to the protection and conservation of marine and coastal biodiversity, and to provide the framework for the establishment and application of an integral and adequate policy, taking into account the specific needs of the region and of each country. May I have the next slide, please? The framework of what MSP has been, even though that was not the name given to it, but I think it is important to mention the background that in 1988, it was advised to the countries to count on an environmental zoning plan. And in 1988, it was worked on that plan. And in 1999, the plan was approved with 5 pilot studies on environmental zoning with the support of UNEP and with the support of Colombia, Ecuador, Peru. These environmental zoning plans were used as a base. They included part of what MSP embraces, and it identifies conflicts, ecosystems, uses. And in 2006, some guidelines and principles were established for marine protected areas in the Southeast Pacific. Then there is a period in which we work on marine spatial planning thanks to a project financed by the government of Flanders with IOC UNESCO. It is the SPINCAM project that contributed to creating capacities and the implementation of methodologies for the integral management of marine coastal areas, provided the foundations for the development of marine spatial planning. It allowed the management of coastal marine space in an integrated manner, adaptable, coherent, based on the ecosystems and in the planning process of the space based on its uses and sound scientific knowledges. So that is part of the task we conduct in this executive secretariat. Last year, we had a forum on the use and planning of marine protected areas as a management tool. We had the presentations of the countries on how are they using this, but the concept as such was presented this year. We joined the Ocean Commitment on the MSP Challenge, as it has been presented by many of the speakers yesterday and today. May I have the next slide, please? It is important that from the background, and we see what has been left now, we were able to define some indicators, marine coastal indicators, which will give rise to updated data and information to maintain this marine spatial planning.
Updated, but in practice, the update was not as expected, but it's important. The next one, please, because we have some of those indicators in the next slide. And there are some additional ones to the ones that we see here regarding blue economy. But what we're seeking is to have information on water quality, protected areas. We're updating these two at this point, the ecosystems regarding mangroves, estuaries, corals, some data on coastal economy, artisanal fishing, what concessions are there, population data, and populational dynamics. As I mentioned before, we haven't had the discipline, to put it that way, to keep these indicators up to date, but it is important nonetheless to have them in this process of marine spatial plans so that we continue giving feedback to it. In the region, we also have a regional atlas that we are about to start making more versatile and with more information for the user. It basically reflects the information that we see here, but this needs to be constantly updated. Next one, please. We can skip this. This was the flyer that was used for the talks that you can find in the CPP page. In the framework of the CPP strategic plan, MSP is under marine and coastal biodiversity. There are 6 pillars: sustainable fishing, marine pollution, marine biodiversity, climate change, governance, training, communication, and dissemination. Next one, please. This is a plan that was carried out recently under the axis of marine and coastal biodiversity, and it aims at developing and implementing management tools in areas such as management instruments and effective management of the marine space. Considering also that there are other instruments for management and coastal and marine management that are available and that are taken into account and that are used in several countries. Next one, please. It is under this axis that we have programmed to strengthen the integrated management of ecosystems, updating the plan that I was mentioning that was done back in 1989 and that has not been updated for the whole region. And even though it's called environmental zoning plan, we are looking at this as something that will be done next year, these coastal zone zoning, and to strengthen the management of coastal and marine ecosystems in this region. The interpreter apologizes, it is breaking up. Through this virtual forum, online communication has allowed us to increase the opportunities for experience exchanges, and we hope to be able to use the MSP game. We have had problems in receiving it as a tool for that exchange and to strengthen the capacities of our technical personnel in our region here in the Southeast Pacific. Finally, well, there will always be challenges. Next one, please. And some of these challenges that were somehow mentioned yesterday and today is to strengthen the institutions in the coastal and marine management throughout the region, and also to articulate with other national and regional initiatives. Greetings to Eric. And one of the big challenges, as I mentioned, is to keep these indicators updated, as well as the atlas, the regional atlas in the long term. And I go back to Christopher's presentation before, where he pointed out the need to have information. And if we can do this marine spatial zoning, this still a challenge regarding having the relevant data in order to have information that will allow us to look at the whole panorama, the whole outlook properly, and go through the different steps as required. This is a screen that shows the way we're working and what we want to do in the future with MSP and the action plan for the Southeast Pacific region. My thanks to all of you. This is the end, the last one. Yes, the next one. Thank you, Tatsu.
Thank you so much, Zuleika. Our next speaker is the head of the IOC Caribbean Regional Office, not other than John Paul Ngome Abiaga. John Paul, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tazio, and thank you very much to Zuleika for this presentation, which I found extremely interesting. So you all know how important is ocean to the region. With in some countries, especially in the small island developing states in the Caribbean, with in some of the country up to 70% of the population living in coastal area, which showcases the importance of marine spatial planning to the sustainable development pathway of these countries. And the capacity of countries to really reach the sustainable development goals is intimately linked to their capacity to leverage on marine spatial planning. And I do believe that regional networking is one of the tools, is one of the instruments that really allows, to level up and to reach a certain level of management and decision making vis-a-vis marine spatial planning. I noted from the speech from Zuleika that she raised the importance of institutionalizing marine and coastal management, and also to how to synergize with other initiatives in the region, and that is absolutely important. And as long as networking is involved, it probably means a better coordination in the region, and of course, synergizing with other initiatives, but also a better experience and best practices sharing at the regional level, and as well as the mutualization of the expertise, which is extremely important in a region where some of the countries are lagging behind in terms of marine spatial expertise. Next slide, please. So how to build an MSP platform or network in the region. I mean, I've already elaborated how important it is vis-a-vis the main challenges that the region is facing vis-a-vis climate, biodiversity preservation, and the declining health of the ocean, because the first to be impacted by these threats are coastal areas and coastal population, and that's how marine spatial planning is definitely playing an important role in trying to articulate the demand of and the use of natural resources in the coastal area, but at the same time the need of, you know, reaching sustainable development and sustainable use of the resources. It's extremely important, and building a community of practitioners and scientists, but also with policymakers, is absolutely crucial in the region, in the development pathway of the region. And I believe that now the gathering that we are having today is one of the examples of this networking in action, and we should build on this MSPforum to have this, you know, this consolidated network group platform of MSP specialists, practitioners, and policymakers to work together for the benefit of the region. And that's why I think that having this type of dialogue, this type of discussion on a regular basis will definitely improve and reinforce this community of practitioners and users of MSP in general. And I think that it's all about mobilizing the MSP partners. Whenever a forum like this one is being implemented, it allows to mobilize and to mutualize the expertise of the region. And I do believe that it also advances and coordinates the strategic partnership that a region like ours needs. And also it provides, you know, a pool of technical expertise from the different governments of the region. I was in Aruba a few weeks ago, and it's clear that MSP is becoming a big issue in the country. And then there is always this, you know, this discussion between the need and what the country has in terms of capacity. And I think that in our big region, which is quite wide, from the United States, almost Canada, until Brazil, it's important to have this pool of experts gathering on a regular basis and discussing the challenges and the solutions that can be brought in our region. And the last aspect is also that, you know, we are having big discussion, global processes and negotiations like the COP15, which is being held right now in Montreal. But I think that it is important for regions like ours to have voices which can be heard in these global processes and global meetings. And that's also why a network, a platform, a group, how we can call it, on MSP for the region is extremely important. But I think that we all know that the nerves of the war is money, is the funding. And I think that if we would like to better network, to be more efficient and to be more impactful in the region, there is definitely a need to engage a dialogue with the different financing and funding groups. And in a region like ours, you know, there is the the Inter-Caribbean Development Bank, the World Bank, Norway, Canada, and Japan, and many other donors which are interested on the subject of marine spatial planning, but also which have a big interest in the region in general. And I think that it's also important to match, as I said it before, the needs with the capacities, but also with the funding possibilities. And that's how a network can flourish, can grow, and can be more impactful for the region. The last two aspects of my short presentation are related, to the different processes that are being taken place within IOCARIBE that can foster networking and platform, the regional platform on MSP. The first one is the regional scientific plan, which is being updated for discussion at the next session of the IOCARIBE, which will be held in March next year. I do believe that it's also very timely to see how MSP can be better and can be reinforced in this regional scientific plan that is also one of the roadmaps in terms of ocean sciences in the region. And the final aspect which I wanted to highlight here is the development of concrete project proposal, because any network that need to grow, that need to gain also in terms of legitimacy, needs to have also concrete and pilot project to implement as a group, as a regional group. I think it is important. That also shows the relevance of such type of network vis-a-vis of major donors. So I do believe that if an MSP group is created in the region, it should be engaged into a concrete regional pilot project that showcases how the expertise can be converted into concrete applications. I think that is important, and that goes along with the communication aspect, because one of the criticism that scientists in general suffer is that sometimes we lack to communicate well on our results, on our achievements. And I do believe that a concrete regional pilot project and implemented by a regional group of expert practitioners on MSP can be one of the good example of best practices of a region in action. So thank you very much, and over to you, Tadzio.
Very, very many thanks, Jean-Paul, for your words and your presentation. And we will hear from Jean-Paul again during his closing remarks. Before we get to our final speaker, I would again like to remind the audience to please enter your questions in the Q&A section within the Zoom platform, or to raise your hand within the Zoom platform if you would like to ask a question live. Our final speaker is Alejandro Acosta, leader of the TAC RPG, and also representing the Gulf and Caribbean Fisheries Institute, GCFI. Alejandro, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I don't see myself. Can you guys see me or hear me?
Yes, we see you.
Yeah, we can see you very well.
Okay, perfect. I don't know why I cannot see myself. Anyway, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to be here and to try to talk to you about the UN Decade. I hope very much that by now, most of you or all of you are familiar with the UN Decade for Ocean Science and Initiative. But just in case you're not familiar, I just want to summarize it very briefly. This is a UN-sponsored initiative that focuses on creating transformative ocean science solutions for sustainable development while connecting people and their oceans. This presentation will go over a few of the development and activities we have been conducting for the UN Decade, and we try to bring some of the marine spatial planning components throughout. Next. Did I say next?
I'm sorry, Alejandro. Alex, can we? Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. This work is based on the UN Decade 6 outcomes. 6 working groups were created. You can see the name of the different working groups. And these working groups were in charge of engaging and inspiring tropical Atlantic and Caribbean community into the UN Decade Initiative. The leaders for these 6 working groups were challenged to guide and to lead the participants to engage in different workshops and to think about outside the box and being audacious on how to use the decade as a mechanism for ocean science. And in order to do that, and how we did that was by creating and developing workshops that we used to identify science and societal gaps in the region. A series of 7 virtual workshops for the tropical Americans were organized and conducted in 2021 between July and October, and an average of 150 participants were engaging with each one of these workshops. Next. Based on the results of the workshops and following the discussion during the regional planning group, the review committee revised and finalized a group of proposals or projects that were covering these multiple disciplines that will advance the ocean science and sustainable development in the tropical Atlantic Caribbean region, and were based on the co-design of regional ocean decade actions. The main topics on themes that they were identifying were knowledge solutions, essential infrastructure, and foundational. A set of 8 proposals were submitted in January 22nd, 2022 this year for approval, and these proposals identify cross-cutting themes that incorporated the most promising and innovative research concepts. The proposals were based on the results of the regional workshops and the participation of the stakeholders, and they align with the overall goals of the UN Decade. Next. So here we can see what were the submitted projects, and some of these most of them were already endorsed. And we can see that in knowledge and solution, we have a pollutant observatory. We have one gaining knowledge to respond to multiple stressors, essential infrastructure. We have ocean observing and forecasting systems, hazards and early warning systems, Caribe Seabed 2030. And foundational, we have the ocean best practices, ocean literacy and enhanced capacity and develop, and they were covered yesterday by Dr. Escobar. So all these proposals follow in a way the UNESCO roadmap for marine spatial planning. These identified projects address and compiling areas of public and private opportunities to invest and to provide opportunities for a multidisciplinary activities in support of the ocean science. From this project, we hope to develop approaches and practices that ensure information and resources are accessible and meet the needs of the diverse community engaged in the development of science and management in the region. The idea is that the protocol and best practices derived from these projects will be a framework under which all a new research program can be enhanced and developed, and that can be applied for future activities of the decade. Next. Here we can see the way forward. I don't want to read all of them, but you can see the way how we see it. But what is important to say that some of this, it is important to notice that all the submitted projects address new approaches that conduct science and make it more inclusive and equitable, including and providing access to ocean data and information. We have seen in the presentations today that ocean data and information are key components of any successful for marine spatial plannings. I would like to highlight that it's also very important to encourage the work of government and private agencies for funding and to achieve and contribute the ocean data implementation of these actions for the region. As a leader of the team of the Working Group 5, Productive Oceans, during the workshop, we explored fisheries issues and their gaps during the workshops. And in the next 2 slides, I would like to go over some of the aspects that were brought up during the workshops about the use of marine spatial planning for fisheries. Next. As you can see here, fisheries are diverse and they are part of an interconnected system. They are affected by the changes on stock, natural and anthropogenic processes, and cultural values. However, in many instances, they are very, given that the relatively low wealth and contribution to the national product, fisheries doesn't get all the attention that they need to be getting in the promulgation of marine policies or the use of marine spatial planning. It has been shown by other researchers and other places that marine spatial planning processes cannot be sufficient attentive to the voices of all the multiple stakeholders. They remain largely insensitive in some cases to the challenges and needs of the fishers and fail to include ideas and knowledge that they have regarding the management of marine space. Based on those things and what I think is effectively, it's important to consider that due to the increasing diverse socio-ecological system of the fisheries, we must go beyond collecting bioeconomic metrics, and we should expand our vision to the process that include biological, technical, traditional, cultural, and socioeconomic knowledge that will allow us a highest level of participation and engagement in a MSP process. Next. One of the points that were considered very discussed during the workshop and was very much and had been mentioned through the last day and today is the blue economy and how the blue economy will impact the different activities and how blue economy will impact the marine spatial planning process. Which we consider that the marine economy or blue economy is defined as a global push for the creation of economic growth through the range of marine-based industries such as aquaculture, energy, maritime, and tourism. We see that probably fisheries are not really in the best place for it. And one of the arguments that they brought out and they mentioned is that due to the argument that the growth of fisheries cannot be happening with the current level of overexploitation of the status of fish stocks. So it was mentioned that it's highly probable that fisheries are not sufficiently considered into the marine spatial planning process because it doesn't have all the economic incentive needed for this. So the only way that fisheries need to become more visible, and that to get that, we have to be able to communicate and to inform policy makers and managers that the concept and policies, marine fisheries are still available and important resource for their communities. And we need to do that by generating data and information and cultural and traditional knowledge for the process of the MPS. Next. Closing comments. I will say based on what we had discussed today and what we observed during the workshops and different activities, one size doesn't fit all the marine spatial planning. In order for marine spatial planning to realize, to be effective and realize the full potential, capacity needs to be built in the context of specific plannings and governance, and they have to include all the stakeholders. Multi-scale processes are needed to bring together top-down and bottom-up initiatives into a systematic approach. We need to engage leaders, creating common understanding, establishing working groups, lead built-in and co-financing, find the funding necessary in order to improve the marine spatial planning processes. When we look at the proposals that we were submitting for endorsement to the UN decade, we observed that most of them have a lot of several common topics in common. And this is not unexpected because overlapping topics illustrate the interconnection among all the areas of ocean science. And that's something that we have been discussing this morning, and it was addressed in the three previous presentations that we have interconnectivity, and it's very important that we address those ones. But this interconnectivity overlapping indicate that there is an opportunity to establish and supporting networks of researchers and stakeholders that are related in a complementary interest. So in order to make marine spatial planning a solution for a lot of places, we need to be able to understand the idiosyncrasies of each one of them, because each place is going to be different and each place is going to have different needs and different stakeholders, but everybody has to be integrated in order to be transparent and inclusive and equitable marine spatial process. They told me, for some reason, I was thinking this was a 5 to 6 minute presentation, so I just keep it very quick. So I don't know. Thank you for your attendance, and looking forward for any questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alejandro. We now come to the question and answer part of this session. Again, please place your questions in the Q&A section within the Zoom platform, or raise your hand if you would like to ask your question live. Also, again, with regards to the questions which were sent to you beforehand.
Con relación a las preguntas que fueron enviadas con anterioridad,
beforehand and which were placed into the chat, if you can answer them before the end of the day, we would really
las pueden
appreciate that.
incluir en el chat, y si las pueden responder antes de que finalice el día, se lo agradecemos.
I would also like to highlight that the presentations will be
Igualmente,
available
me
in the
gustaría
link
recalcar
placed
que las
in the
presentaciones
chat.
van a estar disponibles en el link que aparece en el chat.
So, does anyone have any questions? I will ask my
¿Tienen
co-moderator,
alguna
Captain Cabrera,
pregunta?
to answer the Spanish questions
Le
if he is able to.
pediré al capitán Cabrera que responda a las preguntas que están en español.
I have one addition to a question which was asked regarding
Hay una
blue
adición a
carbon,
una
the blue
pregunta que tiene
carbon
que ver
potential
con
for seagrasses,
carbono azul, con el potencial del
within
carbono
the
azul
region.
para los
Just to
pastos
mention
marinos
that
en la región,
the Caribbean Community
sencillamente
Climate Change
para
Center
mencionar que el
and the
Centro de
Inter-American
Cambio
Development Bank
Climático del Caribe y el
are
BID
currently undergoing an assessment
están
of the
actualmente
potential for
realizando una
blue carbon
evaluación del
within CARICOM
potencial del
countries.
carbono azul dentro de
It's
los
a
países de
process which I'm
CARICOM.
also involved in, and you will
Yo
receive more
estoy
information
involucrado
on
en este
this
proceso y
quite
ustedes
soon.
recibirán información más detallada al respecto prontamente.
Any questions?
There are people with their hands raised. You can check on the participants list.
Let's see. Okay. Mr. Jose Ramon Delgado, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Tatsu Berwitz. Do you hear me okay?
Yes, coming in clear.
Loud and clear. Thank you. I don't know if I can speak in English with the translation to Spanish, or should I address in Spanish?
Whichever you're more comfortable in. There are simultaneous translations from Spanish into English and vice versa, and also for French. So whichever you're most comfortable in.
More than a question is a general comment based on the last quotes of Alejandro, no? Regarding the idiosyncrasies of countries and regional idiosyncrasies. I really am grateful for the development of MSP, and it's something new. But if countries have not yet established integrated coastal management program and development, in having MSP is like getting a race car where there are no roads still. So there is an imbalance in our countries in the region that has to be addressed first in order to really benefit from the MSP roadmap that we are establishing. I really congratulate you all on the efforts that have been made and all the developments that have been reached. And I thank you for sharing this with all of us in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose, and thank you for joining us on during the past 2 days for this forum. Does any one of our panelists perhaps would like to add anything to that?
Tasio, yeah, I think I would like to say, yeah, I totally agree with Ramon. I mean, funding is a key component, and equally equitable funding throughout the region is a key component. However, I don't think there is a recipe for all. Every country have a different situations and different expectations about the process, and the process can be adaptable, and that's the beauty of that. It can be adaptable to the needs and the information and the requirements they have. So yeah, but I totally agree. Equitable funding throughout the region will really facilitate the implementation of MSP in fisheries or in any other aspect of it.
Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you, Alejandro, for your response. We have another question from Christian Barrientos. Please go ahead with your question, who you would like to direct it to, and your question, please. Christian? You're on mute, perhaps. Going once, going twice, and we can circle back at a later moment. We also have a hand raised by Professor Trutz. The floor is yours, Prof. Professor Trutz, did you have a question for our panelists?
Yeah, are you hearing me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, hi, good day, everybody. There's a question for Chris. I'm concerned about the work on mercury that's been done in Trinidad and in South America. And the question basically, first of all, what approach are they using in terms of dealing with mercury pollution? And does it apply to artisanal gold miners? The artisanal gold miners are one of the big problems, for instance, in Suriname and Guyana. Years ago, I know there was work being done in the use of activated charcoal as a means of replacing mercury. So 2 questions, basically, what's the approach being utilized? And 2, are the methods that are being examined applicable to the artisanal gold miners in the region?
I guess I can jump in. I know you're not going to see me again, Tazio and colleagues. Thank you, Prof, for that. And as I started to indicate in the chat, when we did our state of marine pollution and looked at some of the critical issues, mercury did emerge as one of those priority contaminants, but perhaps not one that was, common throughout all of the countries of the wider Caribbean region. But as you rightly said, it was identified as a high priority issue, particularly within South America, within Guyana, Suriname, Brazil, etc. What was some of the points that were raised was trying to determine exactly what was the quantity and what was some of the impacts that were being seen. Our Basel Sub-Regional Center, which is based in Trinidad, I'm aware, had done some studies and had detected mercury, in fact, in hair samples from persons within the region. And a lot of the support and capacity building work is actually being facilitated through the Minamata Convention and to some extent through the Basel Convention as well. I am aware that I think there were some guidelines prepared, Prof, that were specifically targeting those small scale mining operations. To the extent that they're actually being implemented now, and whether or not there are any underground projects, I am not quite aware of, but I do believe that this is an area that does require a little bit more attention and also sharing of experiences and best practices. So thanks, and I think it's something we need to follow up on at the broader regional level as well. Over.
Thanks.
Thank you, Prof, and thank you, Chris, for your answer. Any other questions from the audience who would like to ask live? I see another question coming in from, oh, there was a question, but I saw the hand was lowered, and here it is again. Mr. Humran, do you have a question for the panelists? Mr. Humran? Going once, going twice, gone. There are also quite a few questions within the Q&A. Unfortunately for me, the majority of those questions are in Spanish. So I would therefore like to ask my co-moderator, Captain Cabrera, if he is able to facilitate those questions, please.
Tazio, maybe while that's being done, there was a comment question from Ricardo Ward and supported by Peter Murray that I think useful just to touch upon, and that's in terms of the long-term monitoring and enforcement, but particularly. So a lot of our emphasis was on the processes of coming up with these marine spatial plans and data and so on. But I do also support the observation that we do need to set up systematic national monitoring systems as well as regional ones to look at how effective are these plans. Do we need to periodically update them and adjust them depending on changing circumstances? And also in terms of identifying some clear metrics and targets that we need to monitor in that context, both at the national level, but I would dare say at the regional level as well. And I know some of the work that UNEP is doing in collaboration with other partners is trying to set some of those regional or sub-regional targets and indicators linking with some of our more global commitments. So I just wanted to emphasize, because I think it was an important point made. Over.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, definitely. And thank you for that. Just to reiterate, if you do have any questions, please put them in the Q&A section of the forum so that the Secretariat can identify them more efficiently. There's also a question from Mr. Humran. Thank you for putting it in the Q&A section. The question is, should MSP work be done through an independent organization, or should it be done or executed under a regional maritime strategy or through the private sector? I throw that out into the panel if anyone wants to take the initiative to answer. So the question again is, should marine spatial planning work be done by an independent organization, or should it fall under a regional maritime strategy, or should it be executed through the private sector? Anyone of our panelists would like to answer that question?
Tazio, I don't know if maybe I'll jump in and just take a cop-out answer in terms of all of the above. But
yes.
No, I think it's important that that the marine spatial planning, I think first and foremost, does have to guide national decision-making processes. I think one of the comments earlier was about how does it inform development and development options that safeguard our coastal and marine environment and its resources. And if it has to do that effectively, it has to be as broad and inclusive as possible. So it needs to be government, it needs to be private sector, it needs to be your academic and research institutions, it needs to be civil society. But as we also heard from some of the presenters, that there are also transboundary issues of concern, that if you have marine spatial planning taking place very well in one country and right next door, you have nothing happening, there's still the potential for significant transboundary impacts. And I think that's where the role of the sub-regional mechanisms and organizations and the regional organizations, while there is specificity at the country level, there needs to be at least some kind of harmonized approach or some form of vision in how we want to protect the coastal and marine environment. So just a bit of reaction from our end. Over.
Very, very many thanks, Chris. Then we have.
I will just say something following what Chris was mentioning. I mean, he covered, no doubt, all the main points, but I will say the transfer of capacity building and the capacity institutional that exists in different countries and all that will really help the transboundary implementation throughout the region and helping all the experiences. So transferring experience from local countries and transferring capacity will really help the development of other places. So it has to be by everybody, but also has to be include transferring that capacities.
Very many thanks, Alejandro. Following up on that, actually, it's a question from anonymous attendee. I will translate from French. At which stage or at which level during the planning stage for the implementation of marine spatial planning do local communities, will local communities or will the voice of local communities be represented or included during that implementation stage? So at what stage of the marine spatial planning process do you include local communities and representatives from local communities? Anyone of the panelists would like to respond to that question?
I will just say from the beginning. It has to be from the beginning. It has to be at the moment that the process is starting, that community has to be engaged. So it has to be from the early beginning. You cannot wait until everything is planned to bring them on board.
Great, many thanks, Alejandro. Anyone else would like to comment on that?
Fully agree, Tazio. From the beginning, in fact, they should be part of the entire process of problem identification. What are the issues? How are they going to be implemented? Because if they are going to be impacted in any way, or if they're going to have a responsibility for some aspects of the implementation, the only way of getting them fully committed is having them right from the beginning of the process. So I can't agree with Alejandro more. Over.
Excellent. Completely and totally agree. Any other questions? Let me see if there are any hands raised. There's one. Edgar himself. Edgar, you had your hand raised?
Just to follow on your question, if you want, it's two pending questions in Spanish that perhaps we can address, or it's over.
Sure, floor is yours. Over.
Okay, buenas tardes. Buenos días, perdón. Hay dos preguntas que.
Good morning. There are two questions. I mean, we've been answering the questions in Spanish. I mean, they've been answered by the presenters. However, there are two pending questions. One from Eleonora Verón from Argentina. They are saying that they are starting to develop a process at state level. It would be very interesting to be able to participate in a network in which we can share experience and our collaborations. Given that that is our first experience. And Fernando Palacio is saying, that goals, objectives, results are set, but support is of paramount importance. I would like to say that the objective of this work is to create an awareness around the need to have a coaching. And it is important to include the state. As to the first question, I would like to give the floor to Michelle, because she can say which network they can join in order to start working on this topic. So Michelle, can you say something about it regarding the question asked by Eleonora? At IOC, we have 150 member states. So the support that we offer in MSP has different actions. Hence, we have some regional activities, because that is the way to support the different countries in the same activity. But we also have actions related to the development of guidelines and other publications, which are technical support in order for the countries to count on a base to develop their plans. And another action we're working on is that related to training. Yesterday, we spoke about it, about the different initiatives, such as the Ocean Teachers Global Academy, where we have regional centers that are offering courses on MSP. But at the end, I'm going to talk about another activities that we are considering. But in the specific case of Argentina, we are supporting a national training. Or we supported, that was 3 years ago, and it has been very interesting. What happens is that there are many initiatives, and one of the recommendations that were mentioned in Barcelona regarding training is that it is necessary, but however, a project cannot cover all the necessary tasks to develop a plan. So it is necessary to have an institutional support in order for the entire process to be developed and for the plan to be implemented. But projects help advancing certain tasks. So this project that is just starting in Argentina, most likely is going to help to get obtain more experience and to develop MSP.
Thank you, Michelle. Edgar, any other questions that you would like to field that came in Spanish?
No, not yet. All other questions were solved by the speakers.
Okay, okay, great. Thank you so much for your support, Edgar. I think we have room for 2 more questions before we head into our wrap-up and closing session. There is a question from an anonymous attendee who asks, in the EU, aquaculture is seen as a growth strategy, and some countries are ensuring that there is space for aquaculture growth. And the attendee wanted to know if there's any emphasis on mariculture development within marine spatial planning within the CARICOM region. So if there's any consideration for the development of mariculture within the context of marine spatial planning for the CARICOM region. Perhaps Alejandro has a better idea on this.
I will try to address, but I cannot say for sure that I have fully knowledge of all the activities of mariculture and all that, but there are initiatives in different countries, not necessarily for aquaculture. It can be for fish or for invertebrates. There are initiatives, but I don't know the magnitude what they are. But I know there is interest for that.
Okay,
So
great.
I
Thank
can be
you.
more concrete.
Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you for your answer. Anyone else has an answer to contribute to that?
Just to also build on Alejandro, in our discussions with many of the countries, the topic of mariculture and expanding aquaculture have come out of have been raised as possible growth areas. But I see someone with their hand who I think was much better placed to respond to that than I am. So through you, Chair, I see Mr. Murray has raised his hand, and I think he can definitely help give some more details on that one. Over.
Indeed, indeed. With that being said, I turn the word over to Mr. Peter A. Murray. Mr. Murray, you have the floor.
I don't see him anymore. I think he probably clicked the wrong one.
Uh-oh.
No, I have not been able to.
Mr. Murray?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you
yes,
hear me
we
now?
can. Yes, we can hear you
Okay.
loud and clear.
I was struggling with clicking. Among the Caribbean community countries that make up the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, mariculture has been considered. A recent work done, a study with FAO and some other work done as our working group on aquaculture, has proposed that integrated multi-trophic aquaculture could be utilized, and that is seen in the context of mariculture. So the idea is integrated multi-trophic mariculture is being looked at and considered. In fact, we have a couple of project concepts in that regard to look at mariculture in the nearshore areas for our countries. So I don't know if that responds to the question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think it most definitely does. Thank you so much. And then one final question from Professor Trotz. To what extent are the developments in the Guyana-Suriname basins being taken into consideration as we consider MSP in the Caribbean, and given the juxtaposition of these with the wider Caribbean basin? Anyone would like to answer that question?
I guess this is not an easy one, and this
No,
is where I would say that as a regional convention with which Guyana is a party to, that there are these mechanisms that should enable us to have the sort of regional dialogue that would be able to identify possible areas of risk, possible intervention measures. How can we deal with some of these expanding focus that our countries have in the region? Through a previous project that looked at the connectivity, for example, between the North Brazil Shelf and the Caribbean, it also demonstrated that there is a need for us to work also more closely with our colleagues in South America as it relates to the possible movement of sediments and nutrients from South America up through the island chain. So all I would say is that those mechanisms that exist, we do have to maximize on them, both in terms of the regional mechanisms at the technical level, but also in terms of the overall governance arrangements and some of the response measures in place. Has there been a comprehensive assessment done in terms of the implications? I'm not aware of any, but I think there is certainly room for us to address this as a collective region. Over.
Yeah, I would also like to comment on. We had the opportunity of the presented yesterday by Peter Devils in ProCaribe, and they've been working really hard. And I think that kind of large marine ecosystem approach will really be beneficial for these kind of situations to have a better handle and see how we can approach that. So there is a possibilities there to get information, data, and other sense.
Very, very many thanks, gentlemen. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Alejandro, for your answers to that quite complicated question. There is one last question, but I think that should be answered when we reach towards the end of our session today. How can we join a regional working group for MSP? I think that's the whole reason behind organizing these sessions, is how we organize ourselves moving forward to ensure that marine spatial planning is taken up within the wider Caribbean and Latin American region. Having said that, we now come to the close of our session 4. Thank you again to Chris Corbin, Zuleika Pinzon, Jean-Paul, and Alejandro for your presentations. Thank you so much for your insightful thoughts, for your engagement with the participants. We hope that we can count on you moving forward when it comes to establishing regional working groups, as was requested by the anonymous attendee, to ensure that marine spatial planning is taken up into the wider Caribbean and Latin American region. Now we head up into our wrap-up and closing session. The moderators, myself, Captain Cabrera, but also Michelle, will give a brief synopsis of what was discussed over the past few days, over the past 2 days, in fact. And towards that, I would like to invite Captain Cabrera to give a brief synopsis, no more than 5 minutes, of what was discussed yesterday. Edgar?
Okay, gracias, Tazio.
Thank you, Tazio. If you could show the agenda, Alex, please. I would like to make a very brief synopsis of the session. Maybe recalling that in 2 days, we talked about Latin America and the Caribbean and the MSP, an agenda that had an opening session where we had the vice chair of the IOC, Caribe, and Mr. Julien Barbier, the representative of IOC, and Michel Quesada, who talked to us about the status of this program and the need to have a regional conception or discussion. Then we had session number 1 with different regional activities. For this session, we had 5 participants, panelists, 2 sessions in a video, and 3 done directly, where we went all the way from the general principles of the relationship with the GEF programs, international programs, LEARN, and the Ocean Hub that I won't be touching on because they were already touched on, and there will be an extension at the end. And there was a section regarding the CLME Plus that has changed or has been expanding its scope through the coordination mechanisms, the Blue Economy plans, and the special plans in MSP and MPAs in which they are involved. Then we had a session in relation to the Commission of the OECS, or Eastern Caribbean Regional States, and their policy programs and the programs related with MSP. Likewise, other facilitation agencies like the Assembly or the Regional Mechanism for Fisheries in which they are. And finally, we had one person, Madame Virginie Tassan, an expert in the law of the sea, and she drew our attention to what we know, the need, the responsibility that states have in preserving their marine environment according to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and the different states that should be considered in this implementation through assessment, baselines, the needs for oceanic and oceanographic data, the need to have good coordination. This was the first session yesterday, which was quite dense regarding the information provided, but very important in order to give a basis to the region as to who is where. Then we had a second session, one of the 6 objectives that were chosen in this strategic planning of MSP, which is capacity development and awareness. And basically here we had 3 presenters, 3 panelists, very knowledgeable in capacity development. 2 of them are responsible for the training centers of the IOC for the Southern Cone and the Caribbean, and Professor Elva Escobar, who is perhaps a leader in capacity development in the capacity development program for the decade for TAC. So the main question that came up was, how can government advance MSP and institutionalize it and help in the main programs through capacity development and how to develop these capacities. So we looked at all the different opportunities that are at the level of the OTGA and the programs that have been set in motion. Then some directions and restrictions regarding deficit or shortage in human resources, data limitations, limitations in long-term financing, limitations in the legislative part, standardization and governance, some priorities. Our strategic IO-Caribe plan is to have MSP as a priority. Likewise, the capacity development group that has been created to react in the topics around the decade. It was also mentioned that there is a program for capacity development that was approved and endorsed by the decade, and participants are urged to participate. This would be the summary for day number 1. We had 7 polls that were answered by you and that will be considered in the final report. And likewise, 4 questions that were posed, and additionally, 8 more that were placed in the evening yesterday in the system for you to answer. All this will be consolidated and made available to you in the meeting's final report, as well as the presentations and the recordings that will be in the repository that IO-Caribe will have at the IOC.
First thing.
Very, very many thanks, Edgar, for your synopsis of day 1 yesterday. I will give a very brief synopsis of what we did today. It's still fresh in our minds, so I won't take too long to go through it. Session 3 this morning was focused on marine protection and restoration. I started with presenting the key messages from the 5th International MSP Forum and the 3rd International Conference on MSP. Regarding marine protection and restoration. We then had our thematic panel where we had Ms. Alison Wiggins from the Coastal Zone Management Unit and Marine Spatial Planning in Barbados explain to us how the MSP process has been engaged in Barbados. Then we had a presentation from Mr. Samir Rosado from the Coastal Zone Management Authority and Institute from Belize. In how Belize is using MSP or using the MSP approach to ensure that ecosystem-based management is taken into account while they engage into their process and to also allow for the full spectrum of stakeholder engagement. Then we entered into our break, followed by session 4, which was focused on the next steps towards building a regional network and platform for MSP practitioners, where we had Mr. Christopher Corbin, the coordinator at UNEP Cartagena Convention Secretariat in Kingston, Jamaica, who explained the recent work being done with the support of UNEP in the region and the role which MSP plays in a regional scale and how monitoring and standardization of monitoring can be very effective in solving some of the root causes of the challenges that the protection of our coastal zone within the wider Caribbean region, how we can address those challenges. Then we had a presentation from Zuleika Pinzon regarding the MSP work being executed in the CPPS region in Latin America. And she highlighted how important the need is for data in the decision-making process. Then we had a presentation by Jean-Paul regarding the importance of regional networking to enhance the better coordination in the region and sharing best practices and lessons learned with regards to the marine spatial planning process. And then we ended with a presentation from Alejandro Acosta, who talked about the UN Decade of Ocean Science and Sustainable Development and the various working groups associated with them. We also had what I consider a very active engagement from participants. Thank you very much for that. And without further ado, I would like to turn the word over to Dr. Leo Brewster for his closing remarks. Dr. Brewster.
That's a moment. We have Michelle to give us.
My sincerest apologies. Michelle, you have the floor because you are supposed to be presenting a slide. My apologies.
No problem, Tatsu. Just a last slide from my side. Alex o Sandra, si pueden compartir la pantalla con la diapositiva. Perfecto, gracias.
Perfect. Thank you.
I will keep it in English.
Seguiré en inglés. I'll continue in English.
So it's just to wrap up what we told yesterday and today regarding the IOC initiatives. So in the very first session, I told you that this series of regional MSP forums, not only this one for Latin America and the Caribbean, but the one we had last week for Africa and the one that we will have on Friday for the Western Pacific and its adjacent areas, they are part of one of the actions of the updated MSP roadmap that is related exactly with this initiative of building a network of regional MSP forums and regional platforms where we can share experiences. And of course, doing this online, it's our very first step towards this network. We hope that the regional institutions and initiatives that we identified and that we invited as speakers for these forums, they join forces and they organize the next forums together with us. Regarding the projects that IOC is involved, we have two main projects on the pipeline related to MSP. So the first one is the MSP Global 2.0. That is the second phase of the MSP Global initiative. The MSP Global project is always designed to implement some of the actions of the MSP roadmap. So, for example, this next phase, we are planning an online training course based on the MSP Global Guide. And this training will be available in the Ocean Teacher Global Academy. This is an answer to a demand that we have regarding capacity development and regarding the new guide. Another project that we mentioned yesterday is the Jeff IW Learn project. It has several components, but the component that deals with MSP, we have there some regional trainings about MSP basic concepts, but also a regional training that will be done after the development of a methodology that integrates MSP into the existing TDA SAP methodology that is used for all the JEF projects that that deal with large marine ecosystems. And I think the important message here is that our objective is to first map what are the activities, what are the initiatives related to MSP in the region. And this has, I would say, two main objectives. First, of course, to share experiences, but the second objective is to find synergies. So we can work together, we can use the resources that are available to build joint efforts to improve capacity development and to improve the delivery of marine spatial planning in the region. For you to keep posted about the next IOC activities, I invite you to visit the MSP Global website. We have several resources there, not only publications, but the presentations and videos of many activities implemented by MSP Global. All the material of the 3 regional MSP forums will be available on the MSP Global website as well. So we will have the presentations, the videos, the event reports. And I invite you to register on the MSP Global newsletter. So if you go to the MSP Global website, at the bottom of the page, you have there the field to register to the newsletter. So all the activities that we do, that they are open to the public, we informed through this newsletter, when the registration is open. To follow us on the social media, on Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn, where we also publish what are the new activities. If you have any question, or if you see some synergies between your initiatives and what IOC is planning to do not hesitate to contact us. And so someone said that, oh, okay, what are the experiences related to MSP in the region? Do we already have them? Yes, we do. We saw some during these 2 days of events, but I also invite you to visit on the MSP Global website. There's a page, MSP Around the World, and there you can find country profiles on MSP by continent. So you can check what we have there for the Americas. We know that this is not the most updated information for all the countries, because the information that you see there, these are official informations that they are sent, they are submitted by governmental representatives. So sometimes we know some initiatives that are in place, but since we haven't received an official answer, the information is not there yet. But if you are a governmental representative, you see that your country is not there, or that the information is not updated, please also do not hesitate to contact us to answer the IOC survey on MSP so we can make this information available. This information is not valid only for us. I think it's really a source of information for any person interested in MSP. So, for example, there are people thinking about projects on MSP, and then they use this platform as a source of information to know what's going on around the world. So it's really important for us to keep this updated, not only for the IOC work, but for the work of all of those interested in MSP. With that, I close my participation in the event. But again, I want to tell you, I want to reaffirm to you that this is just our first step. We really want to find synergies with the other institutions and initiatives in place to build a stronger regional MSP forum. Thank you so much. Obrigada.
Thank you so much, Michelle, and thank you for placing those resources. And I hope that it will mean a strong MSP way forward for the Latin American and Caribbean region. With that, I would like to invite Dr. Brewster to give his closing remarks. Dr. Brewster, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Tadzio. I think that from where we stand over the last 2 days, it's become very clear that there's very much activity that's going on within our own sub-region in terms of how people, countries and persons within their own institutions are approaching the whole marine spatial planning approach. I think that we have learned a lot today and yesterday, more importantly, in terms of not only what is ongoing as we learned today, but more importantly, the steps that we have to take that we learned yesterday to focus on aspects of capacity building and institutional strengthening, and trying to obtain those locations where training activities are ongoing. And I think that if we can actually lock in as small countries, as developing countries, into these training facilities through the IOC and through other institutions that are providing these trainings, it will help us to better integrate ourselves into the approach as to how an MSP can roll out. I think also one of the big questions that was raised towards the end of the workshop was, well, you know, if you don't have an integrated coastal zone management process yet, how can you then be looking to do MSP? But the reality is that the MSP literally stretches from your shoreline out to as far as you want it to be, okay? For the most part, people normally take it to the territorial seas, or as we heard with Belize and Barbados, they're looking to go out to their EEZ in terms of how they plan to manage their space. I think if you are looking as a first stage, you can gather all the information for your nearshore activities and your territorial waters activities, and all of that while feeding into a marine spatial planning initiative also helps you get a better appreciation and understanding as to the activities that are taking place within your coastal marine zone. And therefore, what you then have to do is look to see how you can then better, either through the whole stakeholder consultative process, integrate both stakeholders and government around the table to discuss those matters of concern within the coastal zone, where conflicts of users and uses are arising, etc., to start rolling out your integrated coastal management process as part of your MSP. In other areas where we have the integrated coastal management process in operation, we've seen that through that process, we now have to look at the broader aspects of more stakeholder participation because of the conflicts that will arise the further offshore you go, and the concerns that those principal stakeholders have always had, because you know that fishermen don't normally have competition out in the open ocean. But now with the possibilities of things like offshore oil and gas, polymetallic nodules and methyl hydrate exploration, seabed minerals, sand and gravel extraction from the sea floor, other aspects that speak to new blue economy drivers, the concept of new port facility development as a result of an expanded economy, etc. You now have a situation where those conflicts have to be resolved, and marine spatial planning is going to be one of those key integral steps to having it achieved. I think this whole 2-day workshop has been timely. It has also been very instrumental in bringing us together as a sub-region. And I like the idea that we can now start to look to see how we can establish the concept of a sub-regional network of MSPs that can actually feed into other programs that are coming on stream, because we heard about the CLME plus, the Pro-Carib approach, and other aspects that are going on now. And as was just recently pointed out, we have a platform through the IOC whereby you can literally put in your step-by-step process and approach to how you are rolling out your marine spatial plan initiative as a national country on the IOC website. I want to thank everybody for their active participation in this process. The question and answer sessions have been really, really informative and probing. I think also the approaches to how we can actually move forward have been firmly set as a foundation layer for us to build on. And I do hope that, you know, within the next 6 months, we can revisit this again to see how things are progressing generally, and look to see how that networking platform can be more vigorously established. I want to thank Tazio for his excellent job that he did as a moderator today, and for Edgar yesterday as well as being a moderator. I think they've covered these subject areas very well, and I look forward to seeing you all next time when we have another one of these sessions as part of the IO-Caribe outreach initiatives that we have for this sub-region. Thanks a lot.
Very many thanks, Dr. Brewster, for your closing remarks. I would now like to invite Jean-Paul for your closing remarks. Jean-Paul, the floor is yours.
Can you see me?
I can hear you, but not see you.
OK. Thank you very much, Tadzio. Merci à tous y a toutes, señoras y señores, colegas, amigos del océano. Estamos llegando al final de una carrera de dos.
We're at the end of a two-day race of the regional MSP forum, which was not tiring at all. It was very informative. So I want to express my thanks to all the participants for this high-level dialogue, for this exchange of ideas and perspectives on MSP and the building of the sustainable future of the Caribbean. We were able to discuss and elaborate on the MSP roadmap, capacity building in a region where there are capacities that must be enhanced on important regional initiatives, marine protection and restoration, and development of networks.
Putting the fingers on the different aspects that the region need vis-a-vis of MSP and how we can better work together and how we can better synergize. We talk about also about MSP practitioners, users, which should be, in my perspective, at the heart of our strategy to promote and develop MSP in tropical Americas and the Caribbean in general. From our side in IO-Caribe, we stand firm and engaged in the promotion of MSP and do hope that this regional gathering that we had these last 2 days will become a regular one for the benefit of the region, for the benefit of regional cooperation and synergy building in Latin America and the Caribbean. I cannot conclude this forum without conveying my heartfelt thanks to our two co-moderators of this MSP forum, Edgar Cabrera and Tadzio Bervutz, which have done tremendous work to have us all gathered these last 2 days and to have this high level of discussion. I know that they have not spared any efforts to make this function a real success, and really thank you very much to you both. Finally, but not least, I would like to commend my IO-Caribe team, Patricia, Bianis, Alex, and Sandra, for the technical aspect and all the tasks we don't see upfront, but which I know took a lot of their time and effort. So thank you very much, team. And I would like to conclude in French with a proverb from my country, Gabon. Un proverbe qui nous dit ceci. Il nous dit, si nous voulons aller vite, alors il faut qu'on y aille tout seul. Mais si nous voulons aller loin, alors nous devons aller ensemble. Je pense que c'est l'esprit de ce forum. Let me repeat in English. If you want to go far, then go alone. But if you want to go fast, then go alone. But if you want to go far, then go together. And I do believe that this is also the spirit of this MSP forum in Latin America and the Caribbean, which I hope will aim at building synergies, at building a real community for the benefit of the region, for the benefit of the people, and toward the sustainable development of our region. I thank you all once more for attending this wonderful, this fantastic discussion that we had these last few days. And with this, I conclude our MSP forum. Thank you very much.
Gracias a todos, cerrando en 3, 2, 1, hasta la próxima.